Good morning, everyone. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah,
Where
good. Thank you. We are at a night.
Hello, good morning. How are you, Velu?
Yeah, all good. How about you?
I'm very great. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
How is the weather there?
yeah, it's good. Today, like, I think it's 24, 25. Yeah.
Okay. So what is the currently time there?
It's at night, like evening 5:30 now.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, Eric. Good morning. Welcome, Iris.
Yeah.
Morning.
I don't know.
Morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Melvis?
I'm okay. And you? How are you?
I'm great. So what is the time currently in your country, Melvis?
Right now I'm in Thailand. It's 1:30.
It's 1:30. Okay, great.
1:30, yeah. So Divya, yours is in the morning.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's 12 in the afternoon.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So are you at Singapore now?
No, I'm currently in India.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Hello, Eric.
Hello, Eric. Good morning.
Hello, how are you doing? Good
I'm
morning,
great. How
how
are
are
you?
you?
How are you?
I'm very well. I'm happy to be with you this morning.
Thank you so much. We are also pleased to interact with you all.
I just want to find out, can I be heard clearly?
Many of the other participants are still joining. So we have to wait just a couple of minutes more.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Amor. Welcome. Welcome, Janjira. Good morning, everyone. We'll begin the conference shortly till the other participants join the meeting. Hello, Iris. How are you?
Good, I'm doing well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining the conference. Hello, Janjira.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. And you?
I'm great as well. Thank you. So how is the
There,
weather in your country?
pardon?
How is the weather in your country?
It's really quite hot.
Hot.
And
Okay.
there,
Okay.
and there.
It's monsoon here, little bit rains, but summers are coming. Hello, Balbir. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I'm using a wrong account, so pardon
Okay.
me. I'm Lily Ng.
It's okay. I
How
would
many
just
of
like
us
to
here?
request all of
Mhm.
you to please rename your accounts with your names in English.
How do we do that?
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. Welcome, Jinyu Wang. Good morning.
Hi. Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So, what is the time in your country?
It's two. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
In the afternoon. Okay, okay. We are just waiting for some more participants. Then we will start the conference.
Are there only the three of us?
No, there are some more also, but their cameras are off. So I would like to request to turn all of your cameras on and webcams on so that we can interact for a bit.
Yeah, how do we change the name?
You have to just go to your settings and then
Thank
you
you.
can change.
Yeah. Divya, we think we should have got a 16 people, yeah?
Yeah. Somewhat around 16 to 20. We are expecting. Please give me some moments. Some participants are still joining. Am I audible to everyone?
No, it just shows 15 now, so it should be 16.
Hello, Todd. Good morning.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome. How are you? How are you doing?
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, Yoshiko. Good morning. How are you?
I think you.
What is the time in your country?
In my country, it's three and 3:30.
After
The
3.
weather,
Okay.
weather is cloudy.
Okay, okay.
Yes. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much.
In the morning in your country?
Yeah, it's 12 in the morning, in the afternoon.
In the afternoon.
Afternoon, yes.
Okay. Nice to
We
see
are,
you.
we are experiencing a little bit rains,
All right.
but the weather is pleasant here. So
Are you waiting for some participant?
yes, yes. We are
Coming?
waiting for some participants to come to join the meeting as soon as possible so
Okay.
that we can start the conference. We will start it in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to request all the participants to turn on their cameras so that we can mark your attendance. So we will be starting the conference now. Hello, Lily. How are you doing today? Good morning. So we will be beginning with the conference. So I would like to welcome you all to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. Please allow me a moment to introduce Eurasia Research to you in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops at various institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during the COVID era, and have presented research community with online platforms which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and intellectual development to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates, to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Research Scholarship is in the form of full registration fee waiver. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing: Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Register, Script, Portico, Rote, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH Registered Data Provider, PKP Index, and we will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of community members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group to be a part of the discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With a great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in education. This program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. We would now like to share some of our past participants' experience with you. Thank you for your patience and valuable time moving forward with the conference. My name is Divya Devnani, and I will be your host today. So now I present to you the TERA President, Dr. Linny Seeley, Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies, LaSalle University, Newton, MA, United States.
I am Dr. Lynn Shelley, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of TERA Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online, so there wasn't much of a pivot. But I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that have formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general, because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference pre-COVID, and last year I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way, because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
My name is Daryl.
Moving ahead with the conference, we now like to invite our eminent speaker, So our next eminent speaker is Daryl Albright Douglas John, Department of English Language, Betong Vocational College, Sarawak, Malaysia.
My name is Daryl Albright Douglas John. You can call me Daryl. I am a teacher in Betong Vocational College, where over here we teach vocational subjects such as automotive, welding, culinary arts, accounting, and another 4 more subjects. Over here we also have several subjects such as English academics, so I am one of the lecturer teaching English. Nice. And our students here range from the age of 16 until 19 years old, where we offer them diploma after they graduate the college. Of course, because I've been to both, I do prefer physical conference, but we're talking about times of uncertainty, and we're talking about times where we do not know what's going to happen in another country, and especially in times of pandemic, where we have threats in terms of in terms of diseases and whatnot. So online conferences is the way to go. But in the future, I hope that we can all gather around and have academic discourse and share our personal values on education. Yes, I would like to encourage them, because versus the conventional method of having the conference physically, having the conference online, that means they can do it at the comfort of their houses, their offices, or wherever they are, and delivering the academic research and also sharing the thoughts on academic subjects, also topics. Of course, when we talk about online, right, it's much cheaper, much more accessible for everyone. So we can encourage, a lot of people to just share their opinions on whatever things that they have in the country, so that we can learn together. So I'll suggest them to do so. Why not?
Thank you, and thank
Positive feedback is I get to actually understand the academic situation in other countries. That day was Romania and also some from other countries as well. So I discovered that the problem that we encountered in Malaysia is also the same as in other countries, such as internet connectivity, such as also maybe how to say English language proficiency. So that is something that I learned, and also they suggest new ways how to tackle that, how to say that problem, so I can adapt that to my classroom or to my other colleagues over here. Have a good day to you too.
Yeah, thank you.
Pleasure.
Okay, I'm a professor.
Moving ahead with the conference. I would like to invite our next eminent speaker, Dan Popescu, Department of Management, Faculty of Management, the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, Bucharest, Romania.
Okay, I'm a professor, a PhD at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies. It's a management department, and I'm very, very glad to participate from 2 years to your international conferences organized by Terra. So looking at my intervention, is online a better option in the post-pandemic era? I can give my personal answer. I think it's not a better option, but it's an option, because we can't replace the live contact face-to-face with the online one. Yes, of course. Not only that I suggest, but also I brought to become members of Terra. If I well remember, 5 of my colleagues, and they became the members of Terra, and we are very, very honored about this. First of all, the most important, I think, it was the fact that we knew new colleagues from anywhere, and especially from your region. And this was very, very important, because we saw also your mind open to friendship, to collaborative research, and this is really very, very important. Thank you very much also, and from all my heart for your opening. It's very, very
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Greetings, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank
So this was our eminent speaker. We will move ahead with the conference. First, I would like to explain the conference schedule to all of you. So the conference is divided into 3 sessions: keynote talk, team activity and photo session, and technical talk. I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom accounts with their full name in English. This will help us to record your presence. You may also ask your questions related to the presentations in the chat session while the presentations are going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their mail IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts of the presenters for the conference. So our first keynote speaker is Rodrigo da Silva Brandalizi, Professor of Criminal Procedure and Criminal Law at Fudaco Escola Superior do Ministro Público School of Law, State Prosecutor in Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. The topic of his paper is Criminal Procedure, Brazilian System of Criminal Justice, Criminal Law. Rodrigo da Silva Brandalizi is a PhD student in Criminal Sciences at Lisbon University School of Law, a Master in Criminal Sciences at Lisbon University School of Law, visiting researcher at the University of California, Los Angeles, and teaches short-term courses at George August Universität Göttingen, Germany. Author of the book Justiça Penal Negociada and many other articles in books and reviews. Currently, in addition to being a professor, as previously indicated, he has been the coordinator of Operational Center of Criminal and Public Security Areas at the Attorney General's Office in Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, since 2021.
Greetings, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organization of this event and in a special case, the Dr. Flora Charles for the opportunity to be in here speaking to you about Brazilian criminal procedure, about Brazilian criminal justice in the honorable condition of key speaker. In addition, I would like to ask you your comprehension, your understandings, because English is not my mother language. So for me, it's not so common to speak in English. So I hope you understand my difficult sometimes. I am Rodrigo da Silva Brandalizi. I am prosecutor in Brazil, a state prosecutor in Brazil. I am professor of criminal law and procedure law at Fundação Escola Superior do Ministério Público, where I am now recording this lecture. And I hope you may enjoy and have some important information about Brazilian situations right now. Well, when I was invited to give this lecture, I decided to talk about my situation because I am prosecutor in Brazil, and specifically speaking because our most important role is to promote privately the criminal prosecution according to the law. And nowadays we are facing an important problem that the discussion about it doesn't happen in a good way, in a real way about our problems here. I live in Porto Alegre. And I work in Porto Alegre. Porto Alegre belongs to the state of Rio Grande do Sul, the southernmost part of my country. When a judge decides in Porto Alegre, it's possible a first level of appeals to the Court of Justice in Rio Grande do Sul. After that, it's possible a second level of appeals to our Superior Court of Justice. And finally, a third level of appeals to our Supreme Court. Both Superior and Supreme Court are in Brasilia, our capital city. Because of that, and for sure, for the number of cases that prosecutors work specifically in Rio Grande do Sul, last year, for instance, we have much more than 2 million cases in Rio Grande do Sul. We are having to regulate or to face, as I said, important situations involving the number of crimes. For instance, last year we had more than 8,000 first hearings, preliminary hearings involving pre-trial detentions in Brazil. Oh, in Brazil, no. In Rio Grande do Sul, much more than 8,000 pre-trial hearings or first hearings because of pre-trial detentions. This number shows how many crimes that happens in Rio Grande do Sul, and you may calculate it in a proportion to the rest, about the rest of our country. So, as I told you before, we have 3 levels of appeals, using as a reference Porto Alegre. And our procedure has a lot of steps. In sum, we have 12 steps. Report, the inquiry, prosecutors files of the charge, judge receiving the charge, the summons upon the defendant, defendant answer to the charge, confirmation of the charge, notifications, hearing, some measures that are necessary before the closing arguments. After that, the judgment, appeal courts, execution of the sentence. Okay, in general, 12 steps. But, as I told you before, 4 levels of appeals. And we have a lot of appeals. I would like to show you some of them in red. They were red in red. Motion for clarification, ordinary appeal, internal interlocutory appeal, special appeal to the Superior Court of Justice, extraordinary appeal to the Federal Supreme Court, interlocutory appeal in a special or extraordinary appeal, appeal against a divergent decision. So there are a lot of appeals in our system. And consequently, I want to show you 2 examples about this problem. This one, translating motion for clarification, in 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 regimental interlocutory appeal, in special appeal, in motion for clarification, in motion for clarification, in motion for clarification, in regimental interlocutory appeal, in special appeal. 11 appeals, 11 kind of appeals, but in the same court, only in Superior Court of Justice. In the second example, translating this, appeals between August 2019 up to June 2021. 2 years only discussing appeals in the same court, Superior Court of Justice. As you may see, regimental interlocutory appeal, in motion for clarification, in appeal against a divergent decision, in motion for clarification, regimental interlocutory appeal, appeal against a divergent decision. So far, 11 appeals, again, in the same Court of Justice, Superior Court of Justice. So, sometimes we have in the same court, more or less, 11 appeals. But it is an example. It could be at our Supreme Court. It's possible to have 2 or 3 appeals in Court of Justice to decide the same, to discuss the same decision all the time. So, we have a difficult system of criminal justice here. And of course, it has a lot of consequences. I listed 4. Consequence 1, because of our constitution, according to our constitution, no one is considered guilty until a definitive conviction. So, consequence number 1, the defendant and his or her lawyer may file countless appeals to delay the definitive conviction, because we must wait the definitive conviction to begin the execution of the punishment. Before that, it's not possible. Sometimes we have pretrial detentions, but in general, execution only after definitive conviction. Consequence number 2, we have a low efficiency of the conviction until the Superior Court's decision. The judge in Porto Alegre, for instance, it could be São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Brasília, and any other city in our country. But the judge in Porto Alegre has less importance in our system of justice, specifically system of criminal justice. Consequence number 3, there is a predominance of pretrial measures. We do not have definitive decisions, or much more definitive decisions. We have predominance of pretrial measures because the judge in Porto Alegre must do something quickly. He knows the urgency of the case, and his decisions that are much more pretrial during the investigation has much more effect than the definitive decision. And consequence number 4, we have an improvement of consensual measures, but in Brazil we have a predominance of diversion measures with no guilty discussion. It is easy in Brazil to run away for the conviction, either because of the diversion measures or because of our appeal system. It's easy to run away, to escape for the condition. As a TV series, How to Get Away with Murder, it is easy sometimes to get away with murder, rape, drug crimes, money laundering crimes, and so forth. We do not have in Brazil guilty plea, nolo contendere as American system has. Of course, we must have a lot of budget, a lot of money to try to stabilize this criminal system. And to finish that, because my time is finishing, I would like to say again that our diversion measures, we have diversion measures without discussion or determination of guilt and punishment. Sometimes conditions like pay an amount of money, do a social service, something like that, but no determination of guilty. To finish, I would like to say we have some important problems in our criminal justice system. We have a lot of problems in our criminal procedure law, and it's necessary to show it because we need to learn much more about that around the world to improve our discussion in Brazil. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for any kind of contribution that you may send me in the future. And I'm here for any kind of other discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. So due to some issues, Rodrigo is unable to join the conference with us. So if any participant has any questions related to the paper he presented, he can ask in the chat, he or she can ask in the chat box. And if also any participant, all the participants are free to answer the questions of their fellow participants in the chat box itself. So now we have with us Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi, Home Care Nursing Faculty of Nursing, Koisa Women's University, Japan. Her topic is Hospital Nurses, Their Mental Health and Intention to Leave Work. Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi has received her PhD at Kyushu University during the period of 2013 to 2016. Currently, she is working as a research associate in home care nursing at the Faculty of Nursing, Koisa Women's University, Japan. She has successfully completed her responsibilities as a reviewer of 81 research articles in 24 journals from 2016 present. And she has been serving as an editorial board member of 2 journals, Life, International Journal of Health and Life Sciences, and Journal of Practical and Professional Nursing, and has been delegated Vice President of the Healthcare and Biological Sciences Research Association, HBSRA. I would now like to invite her.
Hello everyone, this is Yoshiko Yamaguchi from Kasui Women's University, Japan. Thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker in this international conference. Also appreciating for the conference organizer and participants for holding this conference. Basically, I would like to attend on site. However, regrettably, I couldn't manage to travel to Singapore. So I also appreciate allowing to attend this conference by Zoom online. Our research is focusing on nurses, especially their mental health and intention to leave work. Nurses are obviously predominant healthcare worker than a delegated substantial role for maintaining people's health. However, the number of nurses are insufficient in the world. Additionally, the low level of mental health were reported often. Therefore, we want to explore why nurses are leaving their work or which factors influenced their mental health. As you know that Japan is facing the serious problem declining birth rate and aging. This concern exists not only in Japan, some of East Asia countries, for example, South Korea, China, are in similar situation. Progressing people's aging, it means that more medical resource or money is needed for maintaining aged people health status. According to this situation, Japanese government has been pushed to manage the limited medical finance. Then there has been changing related some medical policy in Japan. One of that, the length of stay in hospital of patient hospitalization duration has become shortened. Many of people who need cure or care become stay in their own home or nursing home. Thus, more nurses work in home health care or nursing home. In previous, mainly nurses work at hospital. Now this has been changing. Nurses' workplace have become widely spread out of hospital. We saw that nurses' level of mental health or intention to live would be affected by difference of workplace characteristics. So we hypothesized that nurses' mental health or intention to live work level would be different by nurse workplace. As mentioned above background, we conducted the survey in Japan focusing on Japanese nurses and their workplace. We compared the nurses' level of mental health and intention to live work among hospital, home health care, and nursing homes. Result: hospital nurses' mental health level and intention to live work were the worst than home health care and nursing home nurses. This would be attributed to work stress. In hospital, shortened hospitalization duration is progressing. This means that many patients come and go every day. Hospital nurses feel more time pressure or work stress. Then this would relate to their worse mental health and high intention to leave work. Hospital nurses are working at the hospital. In Japan, now around 70% of nurses work at hospital still now. 4% of them work at home health care and 10% of them work at nursing home. Hospital nurses care for the patient who need acute care such as urgent or intensive care. Hospital nurses are needed to have high skill of medical and nursing. Hospital nurses are demanded to deliver high medical or nursing technique and being tense when they care for an acute patient. However, regrettably, they are also suffering from time pressure by the situation of shortened hospitalization duration now. We saw that hospital nurses' mental health and intention to leave work are the most problem in Japan. This should be researched to identify an effective way to improve it. We also saw that both mental health and intention to leave work are one's perception. May therefore both of those would be related. For example, some people would firstly getting lost mental health, then feel intention to leave work. However, other people perceive intention to leave work, then their mental health deteriorate. Additionally, intention to leave work contain two sorts of perception, which are intention to leave the profession, nursing, and intention to leave their organization. So we wonder following question: how these nurses' perception, feeling relate to each other? Our research question as follows. Regarding Japanese hospital nurses' mental health, intention to leave nursing, and intention to leave the organization, how are these perceptions related to each other? Data were collected in the Kyushu district of Japan. We purposely selected two university hospitals in Kyushu district of Japan. They asked the hospital representative to give the permission conducting the study. After confirming their permission for conducting the study, we asked them to deliver questionnaire packs to target nurses. And 650 packs were delivered, then 444 were returned. And finally, we analyzed 413 completed written questionnaires. We measured target nurses' intention to leave nursing, intention to leave organization, and their mental health level. Target nurses' intention to leave nursing was measured using one item. What is your perception regarding your future job? Response used a 4-point scale. 1 is, I want to continue work as a nurse. 4 is that, I do not want to continue work as a nurse. Target nurses' intention to leave their organization was measured using one item. What is your perception regarding your future job? Response used a 4-point scale as well. 1 is, I want to continue working in this organization. 4 is that, I do not want to continue working in this organization. Regarding both items, higher score indicated stronger intention to leave. We used General Health Questionnaire 12 for measuring the target nurse's mental health level. Higher score indicates low mental health level. We applied regression analysis to explore the relationship among these 3 variables. We repeated regression analysis with changing independent or dependent variables until showing the highest explanation ratio. This is result. This model, independent variables are intention to leave organization and mental health, GHQ score, and dependent variables was intention to leave nursing profession. In this model, explanation ratio was around 40%. This is the highest. Intention to leave nursing and organization are basically similar feeling, so this result, intention to leave organization was the most influence variable, would be convincing. As a hypothesis model in which the dependent variable was intention to leave organization and independent variables were mental health and intention to leave nursing, mental health was not shown significant relation to intention to leave organization. Intention to leave organization contain positive feelings such as career up. May therefore, mental health was not related to intention to leave organization, contrary to intention to leave nursing profession. From our study result, if nurses feel intention to leave organization, their mental health would not be a problem. However, if nurses perceive intention to leave nursing, this possibly indicates that nurses' mental health level may be in low. Implication for practice. Nurse managers should treat on their staff nurses' intention to leave nursing and intention to leave their organization separately. If the nurses say that he or she wants to leave nursing, not organization, they may be suffering from low mental health. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yoshiko Yamaguchi. Participants who have any questions related to her paper can ask her in the chat box. Also, I would like to invite Dr. Yoshiko to add some of the views as she is present between us.
Not YouTube.
Welcome.
Yes.
Would you like to add some views related to your paper? Some of your insights to the participants? Any participant does have any questions related to Dr. Yoshiko's paper can ask in the chat box. As she's here, she can answer your questions in the chat box itself. So moving on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Divya, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Am I audible to everyone now?
Yeah, we can hear now.
Okay, so I would like to invite our next keynote speaker for the day, Malini Nair, Program Advisory Member of the Quality Program in the Business Division at Sharjah's Women's Campus, United Arab Emirates. Her topic is Management and Organizational Excellence. Malini Nair is a business faculty at the higher colleges of technology. She teaches classes in quality, auditing, innovation, and entrepreneurship, management and leadership, as well as economics. She is interested in the use of interventions, technologies, and tools that facilitates group, team processes, and led to better task outcomes through quality standards. She has developed and taught several courses related to quality, HR, innovation, marketing, and economics to both MBA and undergraduate students. She is currently a member of the Program Advisory Committee for Quality at the university level. She is a doctoral candidate pursuing her PhD in business and management. She has written several research papers and continues to do so. She has received a seed grant for one of her research papers. She is actively involved in the community projects, and her forte is mentoring and encouraging her students to actively participate in these initiatives. Prior to her appointment as faculty, she has immense amount of industry experience, especially in the retail sector in the UAE. She studied economic honors and attended prestigious Birla Institute of Technology, BIT, in India, where she has obtained her master's degree in business administration. She went on to work as a group HR manager and continued to teach as she believes in sharing the knowledge gained through the industry. Her initiatives at the college level have been highly recommended.
Hello everyone, my name is Malini Nair and I am the keynote speaker. I would like to welcome you all to the International Conference on Science and Technology. I'm extremely grateful to Eurasia Research for giving me this wonderful opportunity to talk about management and organizational excellence. Let us first understand the definition of organizational excellence. Organizational excellence refers to the ability of an organization to consistently achieve its goals and deliver high-quality products or services that meet or exceed customer expectations. In today's highly competitive business world, organizational excellence is more important than ever as it enables companies to differentiate themselves from their competitors, build customer loyalty, and improve overall performance. According to Cohen and Brandt, organizational excellence refers to the continuous improvement and optimization of processes, products, and services to achieve superior performance. It involves creating a culture of excellence where all employees are engaged in the pursuit of organizational goals, and the organization is committed to delivering high-quality products and services. Several studies by Duran, Aha, and Martin Kastler have highlighted the importance of organizational excellence in today's world. It is critical for organizations to remain competitive. Research shows that organizations that prioritize excellence have better financial performance, higher levels of customer satisfaction, and, like I said before, employee engagement. Many researchers like Crosby, Deming, Harry M.J., Auckland, and Hammer have identified key principles that are critical for achieving organizational excellence: continuous improvement, customer focus, process approach, leadership, people involvement, strategic planning, and evidence-based decision-making are among the most commonly cited principles. These principles are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. Organizations that prioritize these principles are more likely to achieve excellence. Continual improvement is the process of constantly improving processes, products, and services to meet the changing customer needs. Customer focus is about understanding and meeting customer needs and expectations to create customer loyalty and satisfaction. Leadership is about setting the direction and vision for the organization, inspiring and motivating employees, and providing resources and support to achieve goals. People involvement is about engaging and empowering people to contribute to the organization's success. The process approach involves understanding, managing, and improving processes to achieve the desired outcomes. Strategic planning is about setting long-term goals and developing a plan to achieve them. Evidence-based decision-making involves making decisions based on data rather than intuition or assumptions. Let us now look at some tools and techniques that organizations could use to achieve excellence. According to Laika, Kahane, Hussein, and McLean, these tools could be Lean Six Sigma, Total Quality Management, Business Process Reengineering, and Kaizen. These methodologies provide a framework for identifying areas of improvement, reducing waste and defects, improving quality, and aligning business activities with organizational goals. Lean Six Sigma is a methodology which eliminates waste and improves quality by reducing the defects. TQM, or Total Quality Management, is an approach that emphasizes continuous improvement, focuses on customers, and involves employees heavily. Business process reengineering is rethinking and redesigning processes in order to achieve improvements in the performance. Kaizen, which also means change for the good, I'm sure you're all familiar with the word Zen, is a continuous improvement process that involves small incremental changes to improve processes and products. Several case studies have highlighted the success of organizations that have achieved excellence through the adoption of best practices and innovative approaches. Toyota Production System is a well-known example of lean manufacturing, and Apple Inc. is known for its focus on design, innovation, and customer experience. Zappos is a customer-centric online shoe retailer that emphasizes employee engagement and empowerment. While GE has a long history of quality management and continuous improvement. I'm sure all of you know that Google is known for its data-driven approach to decision-making and innovative work culture. While achieving organizational excellence is critical, it is not without challenges. Business leaders need to ensure that buy-in and commitment to organizational excellence takes place from all levels of the organization. Engaging and empowering employees can be challenging, and cultural alignment and change management are also important factors. Additionally, the role of technology and innovation continues to evolve, presenting both challenges and opportunities for organizations to improve their performance and achieve excellence. Let us look at a framework that organizations could use to achieve excellence. Starting with leadership commitment, where the top managers or the leaders need to establish a clear vision and mission, define the values and principles of the organization, communicate it to all the employees, while leading with an example and demonstrating a commitment to excellence. Customer focus requires the organization to understand customer needs and expectations, develop and maintain relations with customers, while continuously striving to improve customer satisfaction. The continuous improvement aspect requires the organization to establish a culture of continuous improvement. This can happen by encouraging employees to participate and involve in improvement initiatives, using data and metrics to measure their performance and identify areas for improvement, implementing improvement initiatives and projects in the organization. Process management requires identifying and mapping key business processes while developing and maintaining the process documentation. It's very important for organizations to measure process performance and identify the opportunities for improvement in the performances. Implementing these process improvements and standardizing process across the organization would definitely lead to excellence. Employee engagement, like I said before, requires an encouragement from the organization for their participation in improvement initiatives. This can happen when the organization provides training and development opportunities, recognizes and rewards employee contributions, ensures a safe and healthy environment for the employees to work. Last but not the least, the business results. This is a very important aspect of an organization to be able to measure and report the business performance. Using these performance metrics, they can incorporate improvement initiatives. Celebrating success and recognizing achievements is an important feature of an organization which strives to excel. Continuously assessing and improving organizational effectiveness would definitely lead to an organization towards its journey in achieving excellence. In conclusion, organizational excellence is a critical aspect of modern business and can help organizations to achieve superior performance, customer satisfaction, and competitive advantage. By focusing on continuous improvement and creating a culture of excellence, organizations can reap numerous benefits and stay ahead of their competition. However, this requires a combination of leadership, best practices, and innovative approaches. Business leaders need to be committed to organizational excellence and take a long-term view of performance improvement to achieve sustainable success. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. You may reach out to me at the email shown on the slide. Have a lovely day.
Thank you, Malini. Malini, would you like to add something?
I'm writing 2 papers based on this. So if anyone would like to ask any questions, please feel free to do so.
Participants are requested to ask any questions related to her paper in the chat box. She will answer your questions in the chat box itself.
If there are no questions, I would just like to thank you. Thank you, Eurasia Research, for this wonderful opportunity. I couldn't be face-to-face just like my other keynote speakers, my colleagues told you. but this opportunity is wonderful that we can still speak online. And thank you
so
again.
much. Thank you so much for being a part of us and for giving the keynote speech. And we are very obliged to you. Thank you so much. And have a nice day.
You too.
So now we will start with the team building activity and photo session. I would like to request all the participants to turn on their cameras. Let us all proceed towards our team building activities. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of all the conferences. This team activity will encourage you to interact more among all the participants. So we will one by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and then we will be conducting a photo session during the same time. So now we will play a short video.
Are you afraid of black cats? Would you open an umbrella indoors? And how do you feel about the number 13? Whether or not you believe in them, you're probably familiar with a few of these superstitions. So how did it happen that people all over the world knock on wood or avoid stepping on sidewalk cracks? Well, although they have no basis in science, many of these weirdly specific beliefs and practices do have equally weird and specific origins. Because they involve supernatural causes, it's no surprise that many superstitions are based in religion. For example, the number 13 was associated with the biblical Last Supper, where Jesus Christ dined with his 12 disciples just before being arrested and crucified. The resulting idea that having 13 people at a table was bad luck eventually expanded into 13 being an unlucky number in general. Now, this fear of the number 13, called triskaidekaphobia, is so common that many buildings around the world skip the 13th floor, with the numbers going straight from 12 to 14. Of course, many people consider the story of the Last Supper to be true, but other superstitions come from religious traditions that few people believe in or even remember. Knocking on wood is thought to come from the folklore of the ancient Indo-Europeans, or possibly people who predated them, who believed that trees were home to various spirits. Touching a tree would invoke the protection or blessing of the spirit within. And somehow, this tradition survived long after belief in these spirits had faded away. Many superstitions common today in countries from Russia to Ireland are thought to be remnants of the pagan religions that Christianity replaced. But not all superstitions are religious. Some are just based on unfortunate coincidences and associations. For example, many Italians fear the number 17 because the Roman numeral XVII can be rearranged to form the word vixi, meaning my life had ended. Similarly, the word for the number 4 sounds almost identical to the word for death in Cantonese, as well as languages like Japanese and Korean that have borrowed Chinese numerals. And since the number 1 also sounds like the word for must, the number 14 sounds like the phrase must die. That's a lot of numbers for elevators in international hotels to avoid. And believe it or not, some superstitions actually make sense. Or at least they did until we forgot their original purpose. For example, theater scenery used to consist of large painted backdrops, raised and lowered by stagehands who would whistle to signal each other. Absent-minded whistles from other people could cause an accident, but the taboo against whistling backstage still exists today, long after the stagehands started using radio headsets. Along the same lines, lighting 3 cigarettes from the same match really could cause bad luck. if you were a soldier in a foxhole, where keeping a match lit too long could draw attention from an enemy sniper. Most smokers no longer have to worry about snipers, but the superstition lives on. So why do people cling to these bits of forgotten religions, coincidences, and outdated advice? Aren't they being totally irrational? Well, yes, but for many people, superstitions are based more on cultural habit than conscious belief. After all, no one is born knowing to avoid walking under ladders or whistling indoors. But if you grow up being told by your family to avoid these things, chances are they'll make you uncomfortable even after you logically understand that nothing bad will happen. And since doing something like knocking on wood doesn't require much effort, following the superstition is often easier than consciously resisting it. Besides, superstitions often do seem to work. Maybe you remember hitting a home run while wearing your lucky socks. This is just our psychological bias at work. You're far less likely to remember all the times you struck out while wearing the same socks. But believing that they work could actually make you play better by giving you the illusion of having greater control over events. So in situations where that confidence can make a difference, like sports, those crazy superstitions might not be so crazy after all.
I would like to request all the participants to turn on their cameras and share their views related to the topic. So today our topic of discussion is, where do superstitions come from? So I would like to know all of your views. Melvis, would you like to start?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Well, for me, I think every country, they have their own belief, because superstition is just a belief. Yeah. So, like for example, in my country, if you, let's say you're walking on the road and maybe like the birds poo on you, then that's a good sign. That's good luck. Because superstition, there are two types. There's bad luck and good luck. So that one is a good luck. And then we're talking about a cat. In my country, it's not only like the, well, for the black cat, I don't think it's really common in my country. Yeah, because I've seen like they say, if you're walking and you find a black cat walk past you, that's a bad sign. Well, that I don't know. I don't believe that. Yeah, but there are some good signs. There are some too that are good. For example, like there's this belief that if, let's say you're how can I explain that? Let's say if you sneeze, if you sneeze, it means someone is missing you. Yeah, and actually, so for me, there are some that I believe in, and there are some that I don't believe that is true. Yeah, since it's just a belief, it's nothing that serious. Like, and if someone is born, like they said, walking on the sidewalk, or walking under the ladder, all those things. I think I've done all those things, but I never knew. I just watched it now on the video. I had no idea about it, and I don't think anything happened to me. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing views.
Okay.
So, Amor, would you like to share your views in this topic?
Hey everyone. Like what Melvis said, we have different superstitions belief, and the question is where do you come from? As far as I know,
Amor, you are muted.
sorry. So good day everyone. So Melvis Atem is correct. There are different, but as far as my knowledge is concerned, when I was a child, the meaning it started from our ancestors or from our parents or grandparents. And long as the mind of every individual is so innocent, so there is a time we are maybe bombarded with the belief of our parents, and because of our innocency, we can adopt it and believe on it right away because we don't have any knowledge about what's really the truth and what is not. It's just a superstition. And like what the word said, it's superstitious. So it has a supernatural maybe effects because there is what we call a spiritual realm. So when we said spiritual realm, we see what is happening that we cannot see. And it's because it is supernatural and we really living in a spiritual realm, we can see it, but it's real. So maybe we will be affected, like what, for example, Lady said, when you receive the food from the bird while walking, maybe, and that is a good luck. So, but disappointment will come from those who have that experience, and yet here, bad luck is happening in their life. So maybe that disappointment, that kind of belief will fade away. So what do you mean by that? The knowledge, of course, of knowing the truth is a very impactful for us to determine that if supernatural superstition is true or not. Like for example, in my country, Philippines, a lot of superstitions, like what you have just said, like that, passing through your way is bad luck, and a lot more. But when things that is not really happening, even the cat is, for example, cross when you're going and nothing happened. So you not believing in that. So that's really my point. Sometimes our superstition will maybe fade away if it will not happen as we expected. So the knowledge thing is superstition will decrease, I should say. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alok. Velu, would you like to express your views on the topic?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, my opinion is to think like, it's just a part of the culture and it is associated, some irrational things. Yeah, when they happen, people feel, okay, this is uncontrolled or it's unexplained. There's a lot of those things. So that's why we would like to use our beliefs or whatever the things to explain why this happens. And I think it is provide us like a sense of beliefs. So we try to say, okay, it provides us a sense of understanding and control, of the environment. Yeah, like in Australia, like the similar like the video said, like, Friday the 30th, it's like not good. Okay, no umbrella inside. So that means, okay, umbrella outside, no inside. Sometimes people like say, cross your finger. Yes. It's like, I pray something, I wish. Similar like, the video said, knock on wood. Yeah. And sometimes people like say, careful with that mirror, yes, because we think mirror consists the ghost.
Yes, yes. We also have that superstition in here.
Yeah. And I say like, bad luck comes in 3. So that's why if we have group work, we said, okay, 4 people together, 5 people, 2 people, okay, not say 3. Yeah, yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's like, I think it's part of the cultures. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. Lily, we would
Thank
like to
you.
know your views. Lily, you are muted.
Do you have more question for me?
Yeah. Sorry.
We will
So
conclude
Chinese
this
culture is
session.
basically a
We
very
will come to
superstitious
you
culture.
shortly.
Yeah. And of course, the number 13, all that has been depicted in the video is quite true. People are still very superstitious about the number 13 and number 4. And of course, there are certain things that you don't do on certain days. Otherwise, I think it's basically quite the same as what Wenliu has shared just now. Yeah.
We also have a lot of superstitions in our country, like breaking of glass. It's sometimes considered good, sometimes it's considered bad. So we are also confused which one to follow.
Yeah,
So there are so many superstitions, but there is also a lot of confusions with them. So we are not, we don't understand which one to follow. So I think this is a problem with most of the people around the world. So Eric, would you like to share some views, or Shiki Kai? Would you like to share your views? I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes. So I agree that it was because they are based on the culture and the people's belief. Because I think in the ancient, as the technology are not such advanced, so people need to face about the death, and they can't deal with too many ills or like something. So they put their hope and their wish to these things, just like the 4 in Chinese pronounced at 4 and the death pronounced at 死, it's all similar. So they want to avoid it, no matter it would happen or not happen. They just not want these things to happen, so they choose to avoid it. And maybe this was not reliable, but for them, if they can avoid it, they think it will maybe not happen. So it just, I think, because it was based on the culture and their beliefs, they don't want these bad things to happen. So it generally become this, like the 4 is not good in Chinese and the other was maybe not good in their culture. It was because people's belief, and in the Asian they can't deal with these things. That was my idea.
Thank you for sharing your views. Janjira, would you like to share your views?
Not.
No views? You don't have any views related to where do superstitions come from?
I have any idea. Thank you.
Okay. Eric, would you like to share your views? Dr. Eric? Jin Yu Wong, would you like to share your views?
Yes, I think that superstition may come from the worship of nature, because my major is fashion design. And I know that in traditional Chinese culture, many people use some nature patterns to use in their clothes to show this thing. It can give them power. And for example, they may use a cloud to use in their clothes. They think the cloud represents luck. They think it can make them more lucky and can make their life more easier. And for example, many people like use sun and moon in their clothes because in ancient Chinese culture, people believe the sun and the moon are represents the power, and it can show their status. So they think use this kind of patterns in their clothes can give them power, can make them lucky. So I think this comes from the nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your views. Todd, would you like to say something? Or anyone else would like to share their views? Thamer, would you like to share your views? You can turn on your camera. Dr. Eric, would you like to share your views? Wong Wendy, would you like to share your views on the topic?
Okay.
You can turn on your camera.
Hello.
Hello, Eric. Eric, hello. Am I audible to you? Thamer, would you like to share your views? Geda, Wong Wendy. Okay, so to conclude with the discussion, I would like to say sometimes superstitions like Jin Yu Wang said, it comes from the nature. Sometimes we are made to believe the superstitions from our parents, from our colleagues, from our friends. They tell that this, if you do this, this will go wrong. If you do this will go right. So superstitions are put in our head so that we follow them. Sometimes it's very confusing for all of us. Right, Velu?
Yeah. But for me, like, we just hear this like a story, we just hear. But for me, like, I do not mind and I do not follow. Yeah.
It's all right. Sometimes also it's, within out that we can't follow some superstitions. We have to do something. So how would we follow them?
Yeah.
So if a glass breaks by mistake, sometimes some people say that it's good, some it's bad, but it was broken with a mistake, not intentionally it was broken.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. Yeah. But if like, for my parents, if they tell me, they help me follow, I say it's okay. But even for myself, I would not consider that.
Yes, absolutely. And like Melvis said, that if somebody remembers us, in our country, it's believed that if you hiccup more, then somebody is remembering you. So it's also a superstition here in our country.
Yeah.
So we will move. So we will move ahead, and I would like to request all of you to turn on your cameras for the photo session. Thamer, Gaida, Wang Wendy, Eric, and Jingyu Wang. I would like to request you all to turn on your cameras for the photo session activity. So now we will move ahead with the conference. So our first presenter of the day is Velu, Faculty of Maths, Hillcrest Christian College, Monash University, Australia. Our topic is critical thinking skills for Chinese teachers, a study of mathematics teachers' perceptions. You can read her abstract from the screen. I would now like to play her paper.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Wei Liu. The study I represent today is a part of my research project. So the research is mainly about critical thinking in mathematics education in China. So critical thinking is a vital skills that promotes students' learning, enhance their creativity to solve problems, encourage them to seek new strategies, and developing their skills to higher levels. So critical thinking has been regarded as a necessary and important education outcomes. It's a very significant vital task in 21st century. So also, critical thinking has become an essential qualification that is demanded by employers. So help students to develop critical thinking is really important for their futures. Critical thinking means making reasoned judgment that are logical and well thought out. For example, when students are solving mathematical problems, so students are analyzing, evaluating, interpreting, and synthesizing information. Critical thinking is a way of thinking in which students do not only accept all solutions they are exposed to, but they should have an attitude in curiosity and questioning. So knowledge-based discussion can be more effective in developing students' critical thinkings. As during the discussion, students need the ability to clarify their ideas logically. They need the ability to analyze and evaluate information about the questions they were discussed. So thinking is a natural process, but without guidance, it can often be biased or uninformed. So that means the students cannot develop critical thinking skills by themselves. They need teachers' support and guidance. Teachers' perceptions or opinions on critical thinking affect students' development of their critical thinking skill abilities. So for example, if teachers who perceive the students can develop critical thinking skills, they will demonstrate to students there are more often than one solution to problems. They will encourage students developing and applying critical thinking through their education. So therefore, teachers' perceptions or opinions on critical thinking affect the students' development of their critical thinking abilities. So as critical thinking is a Western term, so how critical thinking is perceived in Chinese education is unexplored. So for this study, there are two research questions. One, how do gender and teaching experience influence teachers' definition of critical thinking? So two, what are Chinese mathematics teachers' perceptions of their students' critical thinking? So the aim of the study is examine critical thinking defined by teachers in China, with the purpose to investigating how teachers' gender, teaching experience, and their perceptions of critical thinking skills affect their teaching. This is also expected to provide insight on how critical thinking defined differently across different cultures. Okay, so this study, the research method is use the quantitative and qualitative together. So for the quantitative part, so we use the survey to obtain a representation of Chinese teachers' perceptions of critical thinking. So a further exploration of the relationship between teachers' genders, teaching experience, and their understanding of critical thinking were included. For qualitative method part, is obtained to answers that provide further information surrounding Chinese mathematics teachers. What do they perceive of critical thinking? So through in-depth interviews, gives teachers open-ended questions. So the teacher will give the opportunity to express their thoughts in specific details. So to ensure the validity and reliability of the survey, a pilot study was conducted in order to decide whether the study was feasible and was well. So the participants of this study were Chinese secondary school mathematics teachers. Through invitation emails and snowballing, the participants were recruited. So in total, there are 98 secondary mathematics teachers were responded to the survey. But because some participants did not complete all the questions, so that's why the data of 52 participants were used for the final draft. For the final data analysis, including 35 females and 16 males. So data analysis, so gender and teaching experience were taken as two variables. So because we're thinking about there is a need for participants to define a different dimensions of critical thinking, depending on their own cultural background and belief systems. So another variable is teaching experience, because the more teaching experience a teacher has, the greater the possibility they have of generalizing and describing of thinking skills, as well as addressing them in mathematics teaching and learning. So univariate analysis was applied to the analysis of one variable at a time. Distribution of values were analyzed with SPSS. Pearson's R was applied when examining relationships between interval variables. So the results and the discussion of the study for research question 1, there was no significant difference between males and females in their answer to the definition of critical thinking in China. So the findings were consistent with the other research experiment, but were not in line with the findings of another research about Islamic teachers. So then we think culture might be a factor influence the results. There is a significant difference between teaching experience and their answers to drawing a conclusion and deductives. The teachers who had fewer years teaching experience do not have many strategies in their teaching methods that can incorporate critical thinking. So for research question 2, teachers valued understanding logical connections between ideas, evaluate judgment based on evidence and assumptions were valued highest in the research. So over half of the teachers agreed that students need to apply clearly communicating the similarities and difference more often. So the result revealed that Chinese teachers favored analyze, which was in line with the results in other responses to the research questions. So conclusion of the study. So this study found that gender and teaching experience were not significant variable in influencing a teacher's perceptions of critical thinking, but teachers who have less teaching experience have a lack of confidence and strategies in teaching critical thinking. In terms of students' critical thinking levels, teachers agreed that students need more opportunity to articulate their ideas. Chinese education culture may influence teachers' behavior in supporting students' learning and the development of critical thinking skills, such as teacher-centered lectures or activities. For future research, there are a few parts needed to further explore. So the gap between mathematics teachers' perceptions of critical thinking within China and Western countries, explore Chinese mathematics teachers' knowledge of critical thinking and how they teach critical thinking skills in mathematics class. Obstacles within critical thinking in China and how to implement critical thinking across the curriculum. My another paper exploring Chinese secondary teachers' perception of critical thinking in mathematics teaching will be published soon. If you are interested in my research area, you can search my name online. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Thank you, Velu, for your beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
If any participants has any questions,
Welcome to my presentation. My presentation topic is reliability.
participants having any questions related to Velu's paper, they can ask her in the chat box and she will answer your questions in the chat box itself. So moving ahead. Our next presenter for today is Hoi Nang Ning, School of Humanities and Languages, Cartier's Institute of Higher Education, Hong Kong, China. Our topic is reliability and validity of the intention to teach inclusive classroom across validation study in Hong Kong. You can read her abstract.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. My presentation topic is reliability and validity of the intention to teach inclusive classroom skill across validation study in Hong Kong. I'm Dr. Anna Ng. This study is supported by the institutional theme-based grant of Caritas Institute of Higher Education. Just to share a little bit background about inclusive education. It's suggested that all students, regardless of special educational needs or disabilities, are allowed to receive education in higher or regular classrooms or schools. The efficacy of inclusive education is being discussed in previous studies. It suggested that the efficacy of IE depends on various factors such as teaching method, resources, support, and teachers' intention to teach IE. The objective of our study is to cross-validate a scale that measures teachers' intention to teach inclusive classroom and thereby the effects of teachers' intention on IE efficacy can be empirically examined and different studies could be meaningfully compared with a common validate measure. The background information to be shared about Hong Kong's IE education situation. As you can see, there are more and more students of SEN in higher education in recent years. In 2017, there are 818 students with SEN in higher education, and in 2020, there are 1,196 students with SEN in higher education. It's an increase of 46.2%, and around 80% of these students joined self-financing institution. So students of SEN from 2017 to 2020, as you can see, 12.7% to 17.5% of these students are accepted by publicly funded universities. And then around 82.5% to 87.3% of these students with SEN enrolled in private self-financing institutions of higher education. So the present study was conducted in the context of a private self-financing institute. A questionnaire was designed to collect data from the teachers via convenient sampling. There are 4 parts of the questionnaire. First, demographic characteristics. Second, intention to teach inclusive classroom skills, ITICS. Third, self-evaluation regarding IE, which includes confidence, experience, knowledge, and training. And fourth, criteria measures, including the core values, attitudes, and efficacy regarding IE for these teachers. Data collection. We put the questionnaire online and invite teachers to participate and ask them to return in 10 days. And then a reminder was sent after 2 weeks. The ITICS consists of 2 subscales. First, to change. There are 3 items. Questions including course content or assessment, whether they are willing to change these contents, the teachers. And second, to consult, whether the teachers are ready to consult students, colleagues, experts, or parents. There are 4 items. And here are some examples of the questions. For instance, intention to change. One of the items is change the curriculum to meet the learning needs of a student with learning difficulty. And second, to consult. For instance, we have a question, consult with your colleagues to identify possible ways you can assist a struggling student. The measurement is a 7-point Likert scale. 1 represents extremely unlikely and 7 represents extremely likely. And we have adopted a 6-point scale to be consistent with other scales of our study. Respondents. We received 107 teachers' response. The mean age is around 50 years old with a standard deviation of 11.4, and around half of them were males, and more than half of them a doctoral or above degree, and the rest a master degree. Let's check their reliability. Here's the finding. we find that the two constructs to change and to consult, the reliability is set up. As you can see, the combo alpha is all, they're both higher than 0.7. And factor structure of this scale, consistent with the study conducted in India and Australia, confirmatory factorial analysis, the CFA study confirms that the two-factor model to change and to consult fits the empirical data. And here's the indices of goodness of fit. Construct validity. The following hypotheses were formulated to examine the construct validity, that is, intention to teach is possibly associated with core values of IE, with attitude towards IE, with efficacy to teach IE. So this is our expectation. And then if we can support the above hypothesis, then it demonstrates the construct validity of ITICS. Here comes the results of construct validity. As you can see, the change to consult, they are all significance correlates with the core values, attitudes of IE, and teaching efficacy of IE. So the construct validity of ITIC are established. Construct validity, we can also try to demonstrate its relationship with self-evaluation of teaching IE. So teachers' self-evaluation includes 4 aspects, as we have introduced in the introduction. First, are they confident in teaching IE? What about their knowledge of IE policy, their experience of IE, and the training in IE? So we try to check whether the ITICS is related to these 4 self-evaluation of teaching IE. Here comes the results. As you can see, the self-evaluation of teachers about their confidence is associated with their intention to teach. So the higher the confidence, and then the higher the intention. And then you can see there's a significant association of these 2 variables. And the self-evaluation and intention to teach regarding knowledge. If the teachers, we find that if they have better knowledge, it's associated with their high intention to teach in IE. And what about the self-evaluation of teachers themselves regarding their experience? So as you can see, from this data, we find that more experience is associated with a higher intention to teach in IE. That is to teach in the, we would say this is the teach in the intensive classroom. And then what about the training? From here, you can see the data also indicates that if they found they have adequate training in ICN, of course, they will have a high intention to teach in intensive classrooms. So our findings, here comes the conclusions. The reliability of ITICS is demonstrated, and then the factorial structure of the scale, which is include to change and construct, is confirmed. Construct validity is established by its significant relationship with core values of IE attitudes, as well as efficacy, and teachers' self-evaluation of teaching IE. The scale can be used as a tool to study factors of IE. The findings of current study can be meaningfully compared with the common ITICS. That is their intention to teach in integrated classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoy. Hoi Nga Ning has also her additional paper, which is now shared on the screen. You can read the abstract. And we will begin with her presentation shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. I'm Dr. Anna Ng from Hong Kong, Caritas Institute of Higher Education. The topic of my presentation is promotion of holistic well-being of students in a private institution of higher education in Hong Kong. Higher education in Hong Kong divided into two types. First, public fund university and private self-financing institutions. For the public fund university, they are more prestigious, offer a greater variety of subjects, and they have more comprehensive school facilities and with richer social and cultural capital. And probably they are having better quality teaching or learning environment. And graduates might have better career perspectives. They accept only the top 25% of secondary school students. Students of public universities are perceived to be more competent and talent and would have a better career perspective. And for private self-financing institutions, they accept students with less satisfactory performance, especially academically, and second-tier higher education institutions they are regarded as, and students tend to feel inferior, and according to some literature, and academically weaker. And students of private institutes also might have poorer self-image, lower academic motivation. Their mental health status and quality of college life might be affected, and they might face greater academic stress because of lower sense of self-efficacy. And there might be other resources of academic stress, such as parental high expectation, academic overload, or lack of friendship network. Academic stress may have some relationship with mental ill health. For instance, academic stress can cause poor mental health and poor academic performance. And poor academic performance in turn can be a cause of lower self-efficacy and as well as higher academic stress. So this will form a vicious cycle harmful to the holistic well-being of the students. Students in financial institutes, self-financing institutes are experiencing higher level of academic stress. We can expect that. And their mental health status might be at risk of being deleteriously affected. So in order to cope with the academic stress, there are therapeutic and preventive activities to be promoted. So, according to the literature, we can propose some physical exercise to enhance cognitive and brain health, and we can also do relaxation, meditation, and music therapy to reduce stress and promote the spiritual well-being to overcome stress. Body, Mind, Spirit workshop includes two aspects: integrating physical, psychological, and spiritual domains, and also assimilates Eastern health practices such as meditation, Qigong, and Western techniques, example, art therapy and cognitive restructuring. And according to some literature, we find that the efficacy of BMS intervention can be successfully applied to clinical patients such as cancer patients, patients with depression, divorced women, trauma survivors with documented efficacy, according to some literature. And It can also be useful to promote holistic well-being and enhance the resilience of patients with clinical problems. And the literature also highlights that holistic well-being is closely related and directly associated with happiness and resilience. The objectives of this study is to apply integrated BMS intervention to private self-financing institutions and to promote students' holistic well-being so that they may cope with academic stress with resilience. The method is to use repeated measures design, and we have intervention group and comparison group. Around 67 students joined our intervention group. Their age is around 21 and 30, more than 30, almost 35% of them are male. And for the comparison group, the age general, the mean of age is 22 years old and around 40% are males. So there's not much difference between the two groups in age as well as in gender distribution. The framework of BMS workshop includes 3 parts: body, which is related to sports, massage, breathing exercise, healthy diet, and free body and mind. And then we have mind. The mind is related, the component of mind is related to meditation practices, emotional expression, sharing support, love yourself, love others, peace of mind, awakening, accept positive and negative emotions, and we get relaxed. And for the spiritual dimension, is related to the meaning of life, spiritual abundance, gratitude, sense of gratitude, tolerance, forgivenesses, and self-improvement when integration with the nature, self-appreciation, as well as the creation of new life and new goals. The elements of BMS workshop includes 5 aspects, which is ENSIT. E stands for engagement, building trust and relationship. N stands for nurturing, creating a warm and caring environment. And S stands for shift, the body, mind, spirit balance. And in I represents integration. So we integrate the body, mind, spirit, 3 components together. And finally, it comes to the T, representing transformation, which means when the participants regard themselves initially as victim, and through the whole the body mind spirit workshop, probably they can become from victim to survivor and then even to advocators. The structure of the workshop, the name is called Self-Growth and Enhancement of Well-Being Workshop. It's a 2-day workshop, morning, afternoon sections, each section around 3 hours of small group activities as well as big group activities as well. And there's a series of 5 workshops were organized with around 12 to 18 participants in each workshop. The setting of the BMS workshop. So this is declaration that we adopt. We change the classroom. Well, due to the limited resources, we change the classroom into a very soothing space and with all the plants. And here are some photos of the participants doing activities, painting and drawing, and then they will also do some reflection as well. So we also conduct pre-workshop interview to clarify the expectations of participants and to briefly introduce what is BMS and explore their personal strength and their any concern of emotional expression, and to facilitate our setting and equipment of the workshop. And we also get consent for video taking and contract. Of course, for the workshops, confidentiality, punctuality, involvement, non-judgmental, non-directive, or careful listening are also highlight. Well, in case of discomfort, they are instructed or advised to inform the instructor to the tutor, of course, or to the trainer. And the word is important. Is about non-judgmental and non-directive. So no one is going to teach others or the group members what to do or what should be done, but they are just be attentive and listen to other stories when they are in a small group. And participants is voluntary and anonymous. We use 4-digit number, the last 4 numbers of the handphone, as and identification for matching the pre and post questionnaire. Outcome measure include 30 items holistic well-being scale, which includes 2 factors, equanimity, calmness and composure, and emotional afflictions, emotional instabilities. So these are some factors we use to measure the outcome. The rating is on a 10-point scale. Number 1 represents not at all applicable, and 10 represents perfectly applicable to some situations. And equanimity includes 4 dimensions, subscales: non-attachment, mindful awareness, general vitality and spiritual self-care. And emotional affliction includes emotional vulnerability, bodily irritations, and spiritual disorientation. Aims of sections count as group works and the good activities. So section 1, first day in the morning, the theme is awareness of self and others, and the aim is to foster mindful awareness and spiritual self-care. So these are the 8 steps or contents we include in the first section. And besides doing this ice-breaking or sharing some concepts of body, mind, spirit model, we also ask them to draw some idea of dream life and then discuss how to face the adversities of life encounters. And then we also conduct mindful eating. And then these are the activities that we conduct during this workshop. And then body work of Tristan Ways or some other body works will be introduced to help them to do in their at home. Even they were at home, they can learn how to do the body work as well. So the one with the star means something they can learn at home. And there are other bodily movement activities as well. And then these are all 1-second activities that's being taught in the workshop. And here are some photos like finger point slapping, backpacking, and then portrait of an ideal life. And also, as you can see, they can have some time to draw their ideal life, and then we'll check what are the adversities they face. And also, we will try to check to discover their own inner strength. That's the first day in the afternoon. We try to enhance general vitality and spiritual self-care after the morning section. And also after these activities, they will also do the body work, also meditative work, and then they will do body work. And also they will write a letter of forgiveness as home assignment. And also they will say students will sing songs together. So you can see the body, mind, and spirit, all parts are integrated in each section. And here is the self-portrait exercise. They draw the painting of themselves and then ask the others to talk, to just look at their own self-portrait and try to say how they feel about themselves and how they love themselves. Yeah, and then we also use the Chinese culture, the he-ha laughing exercise, something related to training of qi. And then the second day is about love, care, and forgiveness. We try to cultivate non-attachment and resolve emotional afflictions. And again, we have physical work, mindful walking, and then emotional free therapy. These are the tapping exercise. And then there are small group sharing, and they also can share their letter, the home assignment done in the first day, and then they can share. And also they will try to eat the bitter tea drinking and reflect on the meaning of bitterness and share the idea of how they can get detached from the daily or the life adversities and to attain a source of peaceful mindset. And also they will sing songs together, and there are self-care exercise, body work again. So every section there is integration of the 3 parts. And then the second day, the final part is the second day. We will check later. Let's look at some pictures here. This is the second day morning, unloading of burdens. We just make an analogy, try to ask them to just to think about these heavy loads of chairs are their burdens of life, and they are asked to at certain point of the journey, they can put down the burden, and then they are allowed to put that down, and then they can choose not to put that down and bring back. So it's a challenge, and then many of them will cry in the process. Okay, and then they may also draw this forgiveness rainbow and try to write some hard feelings, those who cannot forgive, and then they will change the forgiveness rainbow, and then they will put and demonstrate how their way of forgiveness through this artwork. And the final day, the transformation and preparation of the future. The aim is for self-affirmation and body-mind integration. So we ask them to think of themselves as like a seed, and then growing the process of the growing seed from the earth, under the earth, and then grow up as a plant. And then they will imagine the plants, what kind of plants or flowers they are. So to experience their own personal transformation in the final day and in times of adversity. And then they will write letter to integrate the past and the future self. And then they will also ask to dance. So in the whole process, finally, they will discuss the whole experience, and they will sing a song to encourage each other. And then they finally will complete the holistic well-being inventory. The scale will be completed at the end of the workshop. And these are the seed growing process. You can see they will go into a meditative status, and then they will think, they might think they grow up. This lady in the front is like everyone is still lying there and as a seed, and then she grow up, and then imagine that herself as growing up as a plant, and then finally they will draw the plants and reflection on the seed grow. And now this lady is drawing the plants that they've been meditate. And then these are the fruits of the spirituality. So we demonstrate all their paintings on the wall. And then, so here comes the results of the two-way repeated and over. As you can see, the effectiveness of BMS workshop. First factor is equanimity. 4 factors. We find that the BMS workshop and the comparison group, there's no change. But then for the BMS workshop, the change is significant. Okay, so that means it's effective in attaining non-attachment, mindful awareness, general vitality, as well as enhancing the spiritual self-care. And then for emotional affliction, we find that the change in emotional vulnerability, bodily irritability, as well as spiritual disorientation is being decreased. And the result here is the histogram presenting the findings, the changes, and efficacy of the positive change of equanimity. As you can see before and after. For the after one, it all increased. And then for the emotional affliction part, after the workshop, they are all decreased for the 3 subscales, right? And so here comes, well, effect size, of course, we find that it's effective. And then with a general large and very large effect size, you can see the value of the Cohen D here is indicating that the effectiveness is generally large and very large. And conclusion, according to our findings and the effect of the workshop, the BMS workshop, are effective in enhancing equanimity as well as in reducing emotional afflictions among students in private institutions of higher education in Hong Kong. Limitations and as well implications. With the enhancement of equanimity and reduction of emotional afflictions, students are expected to increase their resilience to cope with academic stress and other life stresses. So the risk of mental health illness will be reduced. And of course, the limitation will be we did not measure the follow-up. We don't know after the workshop how long they can maintain the status, right? So this is one of the limitations of our research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Todd Hull. You can read his extract. Todd Hull, Department of English, Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Seoul, South Korea. His topic is addressing the needs of multi-level students with similar educational backgrounds. Moving ahead with his presentation.
Everyone, my name is Todd Hull and I am an associate professor in the Department of English at Hankook University of Foreign Studies in Seoul, South Korea. The title of my presentation today is Addressing the Needs of Multi-Level Students with Similar Educational Backgrounds. First of all, I want to talk about multi-level classrooms and how they differ around the world. So by multi-level classrooms, I of course mean classrooms in which there are students of differing levels, differing abilities, different proficiencies in the target language. There are ESL contexts in quote-unquote inner circle English-speaking countries such as the US, Canada, the UK, New Zealand, and Australia. For various reasons, you may have learners in the same classroom that are absolute beginners and quite advanced. This is something that happens more often in these quote-unquote inner circle countries. On the other hand, there are university general English classes for freshmen in East Asian countries such as Japan and South Korea. Now, in these classrooms, learners have a more standardized background and more uniform proficiency in English. This is due to a more uniform curriculum that is at the national level in countries like this. So students come in with similar educations there. Now, they have more uniform proficiency, but it's more uniform with the receptive skills of listening and reading rather than the productive skills of speaking and writing. And that's to be expected since the receptive skills are easier to acquire than the productive skills of speaking and writing. So what do we do with this particular situation? Well, one way to take advantage of this is providing learners with standardized input, such as a single reading passage for the whole class. So, as I mentioned, they have similar educational backgrounds. That means they have a similar lexicon. They know a similar number of vocabulary words. They know the similar grammar points and things like that. So you can give the whole class the same text. Then what you can do is you can allow individual learners to personalize their output according to their individual levels. And that gives them the freedom to produce the language at their own levels. Just a couple of quick notes about learner-centered language practice in the multi-level classroom. Dana Moss put it well when she summarized the communicative classroom by saying that, quote, the teacher is the initiator of action. That does not mean the teacher is always in control of the discourse. So in modern communicative classrooms, they are not classrooms where the teacher stands at front and talks for the entirety of the class and the students are expected to absorb the material. It is an interactive class, not one of passive learning. Also, it turns out that lower level learners develop greater proficiency when interacting with higher level learners. So lower level learners can actually benefit from multi-level classrooms. But as I mentioned before, the multi-level classrooms of East Asia are not quite as multi-level as they are in the quote-unquote inner circle countries like the USA and Canada. Before we talk about the East Asian context upon which this presentation will focus the most, let's just quickly review some of the ways that of catering to different levels in ESL contexts with great variation. So one of the ways that instructors deal with this situation is to actually group learners according to their levels. So they'll put the beginners together, they'll put intermediates together, and they'll put higher levels together. And this has indeed proven effective for some of these ESL contexts that I mentioned before. Another way is called differentiated instruction. So in this case, instructors can see and decide what each individual learner needs and try to give them personalized materials that are a good match with their goals and their abilities. Now, on to the main focus of this presentation, multi-level learners in the East Asian University context. As I mentioned before, in this context, there is a generally uniform pre-university English education. So in this case, there's no need to group beginners with beginners, intermediates with intermediates, etc. Any learner in the class can partner up with any other learner in the class. That is one of the unique advantages of this situation. So the main method for addressing the needs of multi-level classes advocated in this presentation is to choose receptive material that is accessible yet challenging to the majority of the students in class. So again, their receptive skills of reading and listening are quite uniform, so you can select a text and you can be assured that every student in the text is going to be able to understand the majority of that text. And then what you do there to take advantage of the students' differing levels is in the output phase. You allow the students to personalize their output. So higher level students are able to produce higher level writing and higher level speaking, and the lower level students produce speaking and writing that is at their level. So in short, standardized receptive material, personalized productive material, or even more succinctly, standardized input, personalized output. Before I continue on to how we would actually conduct a lesson in this context, a quick note about input. How quote-unquote authentic should input be? There are some who argue that input should come directly from primary text. They say that if you provide a summary of a text, you change a text, you make the grammar more accessible, you make the vocabulary more accessible, that it is in danger of being quote-unquote unnatural or inauthentic. However, as Henry Widdowson correctly argues, language learning behavior is not necessarily the same as language using behavior. So this is in accordance with the principle of scaffolding, which provides learners with assistance on their way to being able to negotiate. So the way to get learners to actually learn languages, focus on the things that they need without all of the difficult distractions of a quote-unquote authentic text. So original texts, they harbor the danger of being intimidating, putting students off the material. When students have to spend hours just trying to understand the text, it's a recipe for frustration and wasting of time. So a more pedagogically sound method, what do? It's called sheltered learning. In this case, you provide students with material that contains all the important information from the original without all of the debilitating distractions and difficulties of the original. So comprehensive input. What you want is comprehensive input. You don't want frustrating complexity. Now, of course, for learners who wish, you can always link to the primary texts and they can peruse those if they want to. Okay, what do we do in the classroom? Well, first of all, as usual, select topics and texts that are appropriate for the teaching and learning context. And this is something that is done in every classroom, not just this particular classroom. Again, what are we talking about here? We're talking about providing the students with a summary of texts with all of the main points contained in the originals. So with these summaries, they can engage the text productively without undue frustration and wasting of time. Next, give the students comprehension questions for homework. So they have the text, you give them comprehension questions, they do the homework. This allows them to get the gist of the text, the main ideas of the text. Then you come to class, you check the answers to the comprehension questions, and that makes sure that the students have mastered the material. Once the students have mastered the material, then it's time for the students to engage with the material. This is the phase at which the students get their practice. They get practice in first writing and then speaking. And this is what we're in class for, is to give students practice. So what do they do first? They write. I give them a short paragraph because this is an in-class activity, so you don't want anything longer than a paragraph. So what you get them to do is react to the text in one of the academic formats that are useful in contexts like this. So you'll give them something like a reasons and examples paragraph, a cause and effect paragraph, an opinion with a counter argument paragraph, and they have to react to the text in that format. Next, the speaking phase. Students get together with their classmates and they discuss their ideas with their classmates. This is the all-important and the crucial speaking phase, the practice that everyone is looking for. And that is the goal of all communicative classrooms. Also included in here is listening practice. So students actually have to understand the ideas of their partner. What I do here is I require the students to take notes on their interlocutor's ideas, and this is in accordance with what Widdowson said, that language learning behavior is different than language using behavior. So of course, when you're just talking to somebody, you don't sit around taking notes. But language learning behavior, if you are required to take notes on your interlocutor's output, that requires you to focus on their ideas and really truly understand them. And that way, students can have productive interactions about that. So that is the class there. You select the topic, you provide a summary of a text, not the original material. You make sure that the students understand it. Then students have to react to it in writing, and finally they practice their speaking. So the conclusion? Take advantage of the relatively uniform pre-university English education students receive in East Asia by standardizing input and personalizing output. Summarize the material rather than giving authentic texts. Because authentic texts are frustrating, can be frustrating. And for the output phase, give the learners the freedom to choose their output formats, and also here freedom is provided for higher level learners to show what they can do. And finally, the goal of all classrooms, increase language proficiency by having learners practice the target language through interacting with classmates and discussing in discussions about the topics that are presented. So that is the way to take advantage of this unique East Asian context of learners that are multi-level, but not as multi-level as other contexts. And that is how that's how you can take advantage of this context, by standardizing input and personalizing output. After a semester of lessons like this, then one's classroom generally looks like this. Learners that are doing well, they're learning a lot, and they are happy and engaged. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to present at this conference. I appreciate it greatly.
Thank you, Todd. Moving ahead with the conference. So moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Dr. Geda Al-Zarani, College of Science and Arts, Shararua, Najran University, Najran, Saudi Arabia. Her topic is NetSpeak and its effect on the English language teaching. You can read her abstract on the screen. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Dr. Aida Zahrani. I'm from Saudi Arabia, Najran University. So glad to being here with you. And today I would like to share with you my paper entitled NetSpeak and its effect on the English language teaching. So first of all, let's know with each other what's the meaning of NetSpeak, or what we mean by NetSpeak in this paper. So the term NetSpeak has been used to refer to the internet language, which is understood as the code shared by social network users, especially young people, in order to identify themselves as a part of a group. So as we live in a world where technology continues to make written communication ever more rapid, language are changing and adapting to meet the needs of NetSpeak, or you can say to meet the needs of cyber language, which is a new linguistic phenomenon. So in general, you can say NetSpeak is an informal form of written language used on the internet. So it's characterized by abbreviations, by emotions, you can say acronyms and compoundings. So this what we mean by NetSpeak in this paper. What's the objective of this paper? The current research aims to investigate the relationship between the use of social media and language change, how social media affect on language and change the language, okay, mainly on Twitter as a conversational medium on social media. So this is the main objective of this study. This study also focuses on two main parts. The first part is to elicit the unconventional linguistic properties of NetSpeak in Saudi Arabia and their effect on the Saudi's literacy by analyzing mainly grammar, syntax, and spelling. So the study data are collected from various public Saudi groups on Twitter. Furthermore, or the second part is to this study sheds light on is the use of certain samples which play a role in NetSpeak compositions. So the second section here in this paper is based on a questionnaire designed to elicit the attitudes of Saudis towards using NetSpeak or Cypher language as a new electronic language. Okay, so what's their attitudes towards this new language, or you can say towards this new electronic language. So when we move to the results of this paper, we can say the findings of this study show that NetSpeak is a new code for digital communication that saves effort and time. Also, it gives identity to its users and is not classified as a language for now. Also, you can say this language is characterized by many lexical, by many typographical and syntactic adaptations that differ from the standard. The study also shows a statistically positive attitude of Saudis to use NetSpeak or internet language as an appropriate electronic written dialect, which nowadays satisfied electronic needs, yet in informal conversations only. However, its excessive use may threaten good and proper literacy, like forgetting the correct spelling. So this is my paper, and thank you for listening, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have now. Thank you again very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. If participants have any questions or feedback related to this conference, they can ask their questions in the chat box. The presenters will answer your questions related to the presentations in the chat box itself. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Ichrak Chanli, Department of English, University of Valladolid, Spain. Topic: Cultural Identity and Home in I, the Divine. You can read the abstract. Due to some issues, Ichrak was not able to join the conference. So we will move ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Nengfak Melvis Etam, Faculty of Business Administration and Accountancy, Khon Kaen University, Khon Kaen, Thailand. Our topic is generation of XYZ's brand attitude and purchase intention in response to international fashion brands. You can read her abstract.
Hello everyone. My name is Hengafat Mavis Aten, and I'm a student at Khon Kaen University and study international business management. And today I will be presenting a research paper titled Generation X, Y, Z Brand Attitude and Purchase Intention in Response to International Fashion Brands, Udon Thani, Thailand. Okay, let's start with the introduction. Research background. According to Kaiser, fashion is an aesthetic expression in a particular time, location, and precise context of shoes, ways of living, makeup, hairstyle, accessories, clothes, as well as body size. And fashion is a tool that shapes our lifestyles and other aspects of our life. For fashion brands to be successful and competitive within the fashion industry, it is important to effectively execute marketing activities. International fashion brands are brands produced internationally but marketed in other countries with the same brand name. For example, like Chanel, Louis Vuitton, H&M, Dior, Shein, etc. And Udon Thani is an area of economic opportunity located next to a neighboring country. People in Udon Thani are influenced by Western culture, and international fashion brands have been used to show individual status. Next is the research question. Now, the first research question is, are Gen X, Y, and Z in Udon Thani different in terms of their brand attitude and purchase intention towards international fashion brands? And how can self-control influence their brand attitude and purchase intention? So from the research question, this research has two objectives. The first one is to compare Gen X, Y, Z in relation to their brand attitude and purchase intention towards international fashion brands. And the second aim is to use independent and interdependent self-control to investigate the influence of cultural differentiation between Gen X, Y, Z, brand attitude, and purchase intention in response to international fashion brands. So, part 2 is the literature review. Let's look at the definition of the key variable. The first is generation. Generation can be defined biologically as the average gap of time between the birth of parents and their offspring. And they can be grouped into builders, baby boomers, Gen X, Y, and Z, but our research focused mainly on Gen X, Y, and Z. Gen X was born from 1965 to 1979, and they account for 27% of Thai population. Gen Y, on the other hand, also called millennial, are those born between 1980 to 1994. And this population, this generation accounts for 28% of Thai population. Gen Z was born from 1995 to 2010, and they can be classified into two separate markets, teens and teens.
The next variable is fashion branding. Fashion branding is the process by which designers, distributors, customers, consumers, producers, strategists, creative directors, retailers, or fashion sellers form campaigns and give fashion attires a distinctive identity. And the third variable is international branding. International branding is an example of international communication among marketers and consumers from diverse cultures. The fourth variable is self-control. Self-control, according to Singley, refers to an individual's thoughts, feelings, and actions according to actions concerning relationships to others, as well as the self as distinct from others. And there are two types of self-control. The first one is independent self-control, which implies increased separation from social context. The second is interdependent self-control, which signifies enhanced connectedness. Now, Marcos and Kitayama's concept of independent and interdependent self-control was used as a theoretical framework to indicate the possible impact of the cultural differentiation. The theory of independent and interdependent self-control is an important strategy to understand consumers' attitude towards purchasing international fashion brands. Fifth variable is brand attitude. Attitude is the volume of influence for or against some object. Attitude toward the brand is an individual's internal evaluation of the brand. And attitude is a renowned research topic in advertising studies for two reasons. Firstly, it is significant in predicting consumer behavior. And secondly, a lot of theoretical framework based on the research of attitude are accessible for social psychological researchers. The last variable is purchase intention. Purchase intention occurs when a consumer plans in advance to buy some particular product or services in the future, which might or might not be accomplished based on the individual's ability to carry out. And purchase intention is an important construct in marketing literature, and companies use it to determine the sales of new products or the repurchase of existing products. So, from the research, this is the proposed conceptual model, and from the conceptual model, we have four hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, generation influences brand attitude towards international fashion brands. Hypothesis 2, generation influences purchase intention towards international fashion brands. Hypothesis 3, self-control influences brand attitude towards international fashion brands. And the fourth hypothesis, self-control affects purchase intention towards international fashion brands. Now let's look at the methodology. The required sample size was 400, and the sample formula of Yemen was used to determine the sample size. Gen X at 100, Gen Y 150, and Gen Z 150. So, measuring the scales, scales were adopted from previous research, and these scales were adopted and translated to time, and 7-point Likert type scale was used to measure the second part of the survey, ranging from 1, which is strongly disagree, to 7, which is strongly agree. Data collection. You want to self-administered questionnaire by Google Form, and the age range was above 16 years in young family, And 15 people had a pretest of the survey. That's 5 from each generation. IBM SPSS statistics was used, and Conrad alpha was used to calculate the reliability value. ANOVA and regression analysis were used to analyze the influence of independent variables on the dependent variables. Next is the result. Okay, among the four hypotheses, the first hypothesis was rejected. The difference among Gen X, Y, and Z were not statistically significant, as demonstrated by one-way removal. And the second hypothesis was accepted. The purchase intention level of Gen X is statistically lower than Gen Y and Gen Z. However, no significant differences were detected between Gen Y and Gen Z. Hypothesis 3, equally accepted. The two types of self-control, independent self-control and interdependent self-control, significantly increase brand empathy. The fourth hypothesis is equally accepted. Independent self-control and interdependent self-control influence purchase intention. And this is the statistical results. Conclusion. This study reveals that generation X versus Y versus Z have an insignificant influence on brand attitude. Generation X versus Y and X versus Z significantly influence purchase intention, while generation Y versus Z do not. Therefore, Gen Y and Gen Z have the same intention to purchase international fashion brands as compared to Gen X. Self-control also has significant influence on brand attitude and purchase intention. The theoretical implication contribution, the result found that Gen X, Y, and Z have the same attitude towards international fashion brands, and this is related to the study of Masayama age that Thai consumers from generation X, Y, and Z have favorable attitude towards international products and world brands. And it identified the new research area of generation self-control, attitude, and purchase intention in the context of international fashion brands and contribution in the context of expansion without time. It added to the cross-cultural consumer behavior sector by using Marcos and Kitayama's theory of independent and interdependent self-control. For managerial implications, marketing managers should pay attention to this research. This study provides important implications to international fashion brand retailers by showing that one generation does not fit all and one strategy does not fit all markets. Marketers should focus on Gen Y and Z with high purchase intention first, then Gen X. And this helps international fashion brand marketers to understand the similarities and differences of consumer values in different generations and formulate marketing strategies like advertisement under the theme of relationship and growth to boost revenue. Limitations and recommendations. This study the brand attitude and purchase only study the brand attitude and purchase intention in the international fashion brand context. Previous studies could expand in the knowledge of brand image or brand communication. Other types of research methods like focus group and qualitative research could be used. Future research could also be done in comparison between some other countries' consumers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Melvis. Thank you so much, Melvis, for your beautiful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
If any participant has any questions related to her presentation, they can post their questions in the chat box. Also, feedback related to this conference could be posted in the chat box itself. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Shin Yung Wong, College of Textiles and Clothing, Jindao University, Shindao, China. Her topic is Style Evolution in Modern Chinese Fashion Design, the Embodiment of Gender Consciousness. You can read her abstract. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Research about style evolution in modern Chinese fashion design, the embodiment of gender consciousness. I will explain my research to you in 4 parts. First of all, I want to show you the research background. In 1978, China began to implement the policy of reform and opening up, which allowed the country's economy to develop rapidly. At the same time, this policy has also led to the development of China's textile and clothing industry. It can be said that after the reform and opening up, China's clothing industry has undergone great changes, and the style of Chinese clothing has also changed dramatically. In this change, the gender consciousness embodied by clothing has also changed. In the traditional perspective, Chinese men wore men's clothes and women wore women's clothes, and there was a big difference between their clothes, that people could visually identify a person's gender through their clothes. However, in modern society, this seems to have changed. Therefore, this study is a research on this phenomenon to explore whether the embodiment of gender consciousness in modern Chinese clothing has changed and what the trend of this change is. In this part, I want to show you my data collection and research methods. In order to achieve the purpose of the study, this project uses the Hamper word as the object of study. The Hamper word has been here since 1993 and has been successfully heard for 30 times since then, witnessing the development of China's clothing industry and having a great impact on China's modern fashion design. In this project, 875 sets of costume images from the 30 years of Hamper words were collected and analyzed. The study used a method of semantic differential to create 3 groups of words with autonomic content to describe clothing styles. Meanwhile, a 7-level scale from -3 to 3 was used to rate the collected images. All rating data was presented through data visualization to present the results and visualize the changes in gender consciousness in clothing. About how to construct scale. The first step is collecting and scoring words that can be used to describe the gender consciousness of clothing. Second, we need to categorize the collected words and form two sets of antonym words. Finally, we filtered out three groups of words. They're tight-fitting and loose-fitting, conservative and naked, masculine and feminine. This is a skill that was used by the research team to score each clothes. When the garment fits the body very well, such as a swimsuit, then the garment should score -3 if it is very tight. When the garment does not fit the body, such as oversized style garments, such garments are very loose and should be scored 3. When the clothing wraps the person from head to toe, then such clothing is very conservative and should be scored -3. For example, when a garment such as underwear covers very little skin, such as a garment is very bare and should score 3. Very masculine clothes are these that reflect masculinity, such as military uniforms, and should be scored -3. Very feminine clothes are those that reflect the elegance of women, such as evening dress. This clothes should be scored 3. Here are the results of all scorings. The size of the squares and the shade of the color represent the magnitude of the absolute value of the score. The bluer the color, the more negative the score is, and the redder the color, the more positive the score is. In tight-fitting and loose-fitting, blue represents tight-fitting, red represents loose-fitting. When we analyze conservative and naked, blue represents conservative, red represents naked. In this section, blue represents masculine and red represents feminine. It is worth noting that many designers in the Hempel world choose to design women's clothing, so the results shown are mostly feminine. In order to reflect the trends in clothing over the past 30 years, the project chose to look at clothing with a rating in the 25% to 75% range, as this would reflect the aesthetic trends of the general public. Through observation, it can be seen that the clothing is becoming looser, which reduces the display of body curves and makes it more difficult to identify gender through clothing. And this is the trend line. The degree of nudity of clothing is more naked around 2000, while in the rest of the time it is more conservative, and after 2000, clothing is increasingly clothing is increasingly conservative. Conservative clothing minus the person from head to toe curve. The same increased the difficulty of identifying the gender of the wearer. Likewise, the style of clothing is gradually becoming more neutral. So, the study of 30 years of Chinese clothing reveals that modern Chinese clothing is gradually developing towards looks, conservation, and neutral. These changes indicate that the gender consciousness embodied in Chinese modern clothing is gradually weakening. It also reflects that Chinese consumers are beginning to pursue gender ambiguity through their clothing. But why this happened? For women, this may be the result of the feminist and affirmative action movements. By wearing masculine clothing, women want to pursue the same things as men, for example, social status and wealth. For men, this may be the result of the cultural trends and ideological liberation. In recent years, young and cute men are very popular in China, and many men will show their cuteness by wearing clothes with female elements to attract the opposite sex. Meanwhile, in recent years, as society has become more tolerant of homosexuality, more and more homosexuals dare to wear what they want and show their personality generously. This study is only a statistical data-based speculation on the possible causes of the phenomenon of blurring gender consciousness embodied in modern Chinese clothing. Future research should explore in greater depth why this phenomenon occurs and what causes it. That's all the research I have done. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jingyu Wang, for the presentation. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. If any participant has any questions related to the previous presentation, they can ask in the chat box. The presenter will answer your questions in the chat box itself. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Eric Nioni, Faculty of Education, Midland State University, Gweru, Zimbabwe. Topic: heritage-based education and what it means to private universities in Zimbabwe. You can read the abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Dr. Ian from the Midland State University, Zimbabwe, and I am presenting a paper on heritage-based education and what it means to private universities in Zimbabwe. By way of introduction, I want to indicate that Zimbabwe's education system has taken a major paradigm shift from a focus on speaking good English and caps and gowns to heritage-based innovation for rapid socio-economic transformation for the country to achieve a middle-income economy by 2030. Speaking good English and caps and gowns does not increase production in a country, it does not improve innovation, but is that kind of education that trains our learners to be workers and not to be producers. In order for Zimbabwe to realize this vision, the Zimbabwe Council of Higher Education, ZIMCHE, recommended the establishment of institutional quality assurance standards, the development of curricula, as well as the preparation and amendment of university charters and the statutes to enhance heritage-based education or Education 5.0. Let us now look at the background to the study. Western educational philosophy has impacted theory and practice in education in Africa. In Zimbabwe, the curriculum reform journey is shaped by the weight of cultural technologies of domination employed in the country during British imperial rule that stretched from 1890 to 1980. The inherited education curricula were theoretically and pedagogically disengaged from the life worlds of the learners they intended to educate. The indigenous people were, as of necessity, mandated to adopt the supposedly superior colonial paradigm. Given this background, education in Zimbabwe was reformed to rise from a pulverized existence to focus on heritage-based education with a view to extricating learners from inferiority and galvanize them into self-determination. And this was going to be done through the regulatory authority named as the ZIMCHE, the Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education. The Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education, as a regulatory board, is mandated to guide higher education in Zimbabwe. And it points out that the immediate must-do for our committed Education 5.0 subscribed state universities is adopting and nurturing a job creator mode mindset, which means lecturers or academics should aim to produce learners who are job creators and not job seekers. It also points out that immediately university should operate in the industry solutions provider mode. Our industry should be assisted in solving problems by the universities. And university councils should participate in dictating funding and incentivizing approaches to Education 5.0. State university councils must also dictate key performance indicators so that lecturers or academics know what to do, and this can actually be manifested in their performance contracts or PCs. Let us now come to the statement of the problem. Private universities that are not 5.0 compliant will not be able to fully participate in the socio-economic development of the country. A literature search indicated a depth of research on heritage-based education as it relates to private universities, and it is the intention of this study to close that gap. It is the purpose of this study to establish the nature of institutional quality assurance standards, the development of curricula that subscribes to the Education 5.0 philosophy, as well as the preparation and amendment of private university charters and statutes to enhance heritage-based education. Two research questions were formulated. The first one being, how are private universities aligning themselves for value addition as local industry solution providers? And the second one being, what interventions can be implemented to ensure Zimbabwean private universities are capacitated to subscribe fully to Education 5.0. The transformative continuity theory was adopted for this study. In its original form, it refers to, or it is used in the context of heritage sites. But this study adopts this theory as its principles were viewed to be applicable in this study. What happens is we would start off with systems that are viewed as intact. For example, the coming of colonization found an intact system, and this system was disturbed. The indigenous people's way of life was disturbed, and there is need for the country, for the indigenous people to discover their heritage, to remember this heritage, and come up with a new system, with a new cultural landscape, which is a result of persistent adaptation and a result of anticipatory and also autonomous adaptations that come as a result of reflection. It is important that we look at what the key aspects of the transformative continuity theory are. This study benefits from an adaptation of transformative continuity, moving away from just a focus on heritage sites for a holistic focus on the tangible and intangible heritage that include flora and fauna, water, minerals, and human resources. As earlier stated, heritage is the full range of our inherited traditions, the monuments, the objects, and culture. Most important, it is the range of contemporary activities, meanings, and behaviors that we draw from them. In the context of Zimbabwe, heritage-based education, therefore, comes as a contemporary activity, meaning, and behavior that draws from its tangible and intangible resources as it is conceptualized and translated into Education 5.0. The key elements of transformative continuity are discovering our heritage, remembering our lived experiences that relate to this heritage, and enabling ongoing reflection as we reflect on how best we can improve our lives through the manipulation of our heritage. This study used a multiple site case study design, which enabled us to capture rich descriptive data on heritage-based education and what it means to private universities in Zimbabwe, as indicated by Cresswell, who states that case study design is a powerful instrument which provides for an in-depth investigation of a phenomena. Among several methods applicable, we selected a Google Forms questionnaire requiring participants to freely complete it online, explaining their views robustly and representing their thoughts through intense and deep explanations. A Google Forms questionnaire is a method in which people are able to express their feelings and their thoughts about an issue in a relaxed atmosphere. In our case, it is a small group of participants conveniently selected that we emailed the questionnaire to in order to generate data. Google Forms have the advantage that participants freely contribute their ideas in a non-threatening environment. The participants are selected based on the fact that they have something in common in relation to the topic, hence their interpretations of the topic would be both deep and contextual. Let us come now to the findings and discussions. We identified two themes, and under these two themes there are sub-themes. Let me start off with theme 1, which makes reference to private universities' alignment for value addition as local industry solution providers. The first sub-theme under this theme is performance contracts. Despite the fact that PCs or performance contracts are meant to indicate the year's objectives and work to be done or achieved by employees, in our case lecturers, it seems that the lecturers are not including any reference to heritage-based education, which is an indicator of a 5.0 compliant lecturer. That is, they are not indicating this in their PCs. In this study, we observe that not much emphasis on heritage-based education is done during the completion of yearly PCs or performance contracts, which should be key indicators in the realization of teaching, researching, university service, innovation, and industrialization, which are the 5 pillars of heritage-based education philosophy. If PCs are silent, that implies little or no reference will be done to heritage-based education 5.0. There will be very little in terms of discovering, remembering, reflecting of our heritage, and there will be constrained adaptation, whether persistent, anticipatory, or autonomous, as encapsulated in the transformative continuity theory. Given this scenario, our hope for achieving a middle-income economy will not be achieved through our education system, and universities are not going to be aligned for value addition as local industry solution providers. 0. Theme number 2 is on interventions that can be implemented to ensure that Zimbabwean private universities are capacitated to subscribe fully to Education 5.0. Sub-theme 1, resource management and lecture fatigue. We note that lecturers are fatigued and not motivated due to a lack of appropriate remuneration. Education 5.0 seems additional work to the already existing Education 3.0, which focuses on teaching, research, and community engagement or community service. Based on these findings, which are quantitatively difficult to generalize, thinly pointing to an atmosphere of low morale for research and article writing, were still innovative and industrialized based forms of research among lecturers, hence low in buying in of heritage-based education 5.0. Sub-theme number 2, history, the culture, and the futures. We draw from our culture. Our present culture can point us into the future. Heritage is a full range of our inherited traditions, monuments, objects, culture. It includes much more than preserving, excavating, displaying, or restoring collection of things. It is both tangible and intangible in the sense that ideas and memories of songs, recipes, language, dances, and many other elements of who we are and how we identify ourselves are as important as historical buildings and archaeological sites. We now draw conclusions and recommendations. Drawing from our theoretical framework, transformative continuity that focuses on discovering a future system from reflecting on the disturbed system to achieve an intact future system. Zimbabwe is a disturbed economic system. We export raw materials We import food, our technology is in a demise state. There is little or no beneficiation through exportation of raw materials or minerals. There is a strong need for restoration for the future. Private universities require a strong institutional quality standards creation and control, where curriculum is developed towards artifactual design and futures. The private universities complementing public universities need to focus on the production of goods and services for the transformation of the economy. We are in need of autonomous adaptation according to the model, pointing to future systems where innovation and industrialization are key. Although private universities are noted to be on a slow trajectory towards heritage-based education 5.0, they have a great potential and opportunity for discovery with anticipatory and autonomous adaptation to promote transformational learning that leads to the production of goods and services by enabling ongoing reflection or remembering of the lived experiences and the relationships to the natural and cultural heritage. We have come to the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation, Eric. Participants having any questions related to Eric's presentation can ask him on the chat box. And please kindly share your feedback related to the conference in the chat box as well. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Lee Keng-ning, College of Business and Industry, University of Arkansas, Fort Smith, Arkansas, USA. Topic, internationalization of companies, asset of foreignness in Singapore's unique context. You can read the abstract. We will move on with this presentation. Due to some reasons, Lee Kang is not able to join the conference now. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for today is Zhang Yuan, Faculty of Finance, College of Business and Public Management, Wenzhou Qin University, Wenzhou, China. Topic: the relationship between cause marketing and firms' performance of listed companies in China. You can read the abstract from the screen. We will begin with the presentation now.
Hello everyone, I'm Yuhuan Zhang, and the topic of my presentation is about the relationship between cost marketing and firm performance of listed companies in China. First, let me introduce the definition of cost marketing. It means that enterprise actively undertake social responsibility and create welfare for society. Through the implementation of public welfare practice like charitable donation, enterprise can win the favor and goodwill of customers, improve brand image and popularity so as to further achieve performance growth and sustainable development. It can unify the economic benefit and social benefit, and it can also create common benefit for enterprise, customers, public welfare organizations, and society. In recent years, many Chinese companies have stepped up their efforts in the public welfare sector and increased their investment in it. Additionally, ESG, an emerging standard for investors to quantify and evaluate the level of sustainability of the company, had gradually been a contemporary global trend. Cost marketing just belongs to the social aspect of the ESG concept, highlighting the relationship between the company and the society. Through the literature review, we found that ESG factors play the biggest role in promoting a company's financial success, and the investment in public welfare helps to obtain more trade credit financing more easily. In serious crisis, the firm performance fluctuation of socially responsible companies would be relatively smaller than others who are not socially conscious. And under the interference of external unstable and detrimental factors like social unrest, ESG portfolio shows stronger resistance and sustainability. Therefore, we make two hypotheses. The first is that the implementation of cost marketing has positive impact on corporate performance, and the hypothesis two is that the positive effect of cost marketing on firm performance is stronger during the COVID-19 pandemic. My data is from the economic database with sample period from 2016 to 2021, and the sample frequency is annually. I select Asia-listed companies in China which have complete data for consecutive years, which has not been continued deficit or even delisted during this sample period, and included other singular sample. And my valuable is about annual charitable donations, return on assets, return on equity, and earning per shares, and I use total asset to measure the firm size and use the shareholding ratios of the first to the fifth shareholder of the enterprise to measure the ownership structures, and use the debt to asset ratio to measure financial leverage, and also have some valuable like marketing to book ratios, the ratio of intangible asset and the total asset, and the ratio of the expenditure of research and development and the total assets. And the theoretical concept of cost marketing is quantified at annual charitable donation. And I use three measures of firm performance, that is return on assets, return on equity, and earning per share. Therefore, I made these linear regression models like this you can see in the PowerPoint. The table 1 provides descriptive statistics of all the dependent variable, independent variable, and control variable in terms of annual data. This table systematically presents the degree of concentration and distribution of the overall data by the form of mean and standard deviations, respectively. The total observation include 11,743 pieces of data. Table 3 presents main regression results. 3 columns respectively report the result of the effects of the firm's annual charitable donation expenditures on the return on total assets, return on equity, earning per share of the firms. No matter which column, the coefficients are always positive and economically significant. In order to examine the impact of the outbreak of COVID-19 on this positive relationship between cost marketing strategy and firm performance, I explored the method of group regression to study the effects before and after COVID-19. I divided the 3 years before and 3 years after the outbreak of COVID-19 into 2 groups to do the group regression. After COVID-19 happens, the positive influence of cost marketing strategies on firm performance would be more significant at the 5% level. I also do the grandeur test. After conducting this test, I find that the p-value for Lion charitable donation divided by Lion total asset is not a grandeur reason for ROA is 0.036, which is less than 0.05. So we can reject the null hypothesis. That is, Lion charitable donation divided by Lion total asset is a grandeur reason for ROA, and it is significant at 5% level. In the same way, I can also reject the null hypothesis that Lion charitable donation divided by Lion total asset is not a grandeur reason for EPS, which means that the proportion of firm annual charitable donation in total asset is a grandeur reason for EPS and is significant at the 1% level. Finally, I also do the reverse causality and find that, in turn, our original dependent variable of ROA EPS will also have a significant positive impact on the independent variable, which is firm's annual charitable donation. All in all, based on this, I made these 3 conclusions. The first is that the implementation of course marketing has positive impact on corporate performance. The second is that this positive promoting effect is even more evident after the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2019. And the last is that, in turn, the good firm performance would also promote the company's investment in charity marketing, which means that the relationship between them is mutually reinforcing. However, I also found that this study exists some limitations. The first is that I just used the charitable donation to measure course marketing strategy, which means it is limited. The second is that the sample period is only 6 years, so I could not be sure whether the positive relationship between course marketing and the corporate performance is long-term. So, hope I can further improve this in my future studies, or we can improve it together in the future. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zhuang, for the presentation. Thank you, Zhuang, for the presentation. Please share your feedback in the chat box related to the conference, and also participants having any questions related to the previous presentation, they can ask them in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Shiki Kai, College of Business and Public Management, Wenzhou Qin University, Wenzhou, China. Topic is the relationship between margin trading balance and stock liquidity, evidence from China. You can read the abstract from the screen, and we will move on to the presentation shortly. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cai Shiqi from Wenzhou Qin University, major in finance, and you can also call me Vivian. Today, I'd like to introduce you something about the relationship between margin trading balance and stock liquidity in Chinese markets. First, I'd like to easily introduce about the margin trading and the stock liquidity. The margin trading is a way of borrowing against the securities holdings for investors to expand their returns. The Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange officially opened its margin trading and security leading systems on March 30th in 2010, and the stock liquidity refers to ease with which investors can completely transactions in large blocks of shares with minimal cost, price impact, and the fastest possible speed. Then there were some literatures I used in the research. We can quickly look through them. Then I'd like to introduce the hypothesis in the research. For the impact of margin trading and on the stock liquidity, I come up with 3 hypotheses. The first one is about the relationship, which is that margin trading and stock liquidity are positively correlated. And the second one is about COVID-19. The positive impact of margin trading balance or stock liquidity is more pronounced during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the third one is about the moderating effect, which is that the firm size has a positive moderating effect on the relationship between margin trading and the stock liquidity. Then let's look about the data. All the data are about the Asia-listed Chinese companies in the margin trading system, and we select the data from Chinese stock market and accounting research database with annual data from January the 1st, 2010 to December 31st, 2021. As for the variables, I choose the amplitude indicator, market trading balance, return on equity book to market value, firm age, firm size, ownership, concentration, operation revenue growth rate, and capital expenditure in this research. Then is about the methodology. For amplitude illiquid indicator, the formula has shown in the PowerPoint, and it was used to measure the illiquidity for the stock. And in the research, I mainly use the multiple regression models, and the model is, the formula of the model is also shown below. Then I'd like to introduce something about the result. The first table is about the descriptive statistics. Then I'd like to easily introduce something about these variables. The first one, of course, is the amplitude indicator, and the zero also means the zero indicator. For the TOV, it was the annual turnover of outstanding shares. Then the margin was the logistic of margin trading balance. The ROE was the return of equity, and the BM shows the book to value ratio. The age is the firm age, and the LEV was the asset liability ratio, and the size was the logistic of total assets, and the large hold was the shareholding ratio of the largest shareholders. The growth was the growth rate of operational revenue, and for the CAP, which is the capital expenditure divided by the total assets. Then for the mean regression results in our research, just pay attention to these three numbers. We can find that the first column was the regression between the margin trading balance and amplitude indicator, and the second one with the zero indicator. Both these two shows a significant negative impact on the indicator, and as the amplitude indicator and zero indicator are both measured for the illiquidity of the stock, so that we can come to the result that the margin trading balance has positive relationship with the stock liquidity. And for the third group, which was the relationship between margin trading balance and the annual turnover, which as the annual turnover was directly measured the stock liquidity, so that we can come out the results that the margin trading balance has positive relationship with the stock liquidity, which proved the hypothesis first. One. That was the result about the moderating effect. Pay attention to this number as the firm size has both correlated with the margin trading balance and the stock liquidity. We think that the firm size maybe has a moderating factor between the margin trading balance and the stock liquidity. And through the result, we can find that it still has the significant relationship with the variables, which is multiple with margin trading balance and the firm size with the amplitude indicator, so that it can prove that the firm size has a moderating effect between the market trading balance and the stock liquidity. Then let's talk about something about the robustness check. The first one was the sub-period before and after COVID-19. The green one shows the regression from 2010 to 2080, which is before the COVID-19. And the second one was from 2019 to 2021, which was after the COVID-19. Look at both these numbers, we can find that the market trading balance was negative, has negative relationship with the amplitude indicator both before and after the COVID-19. But focus on these numbers, we can find that the second one has bigger numbers in the absolute values, which from which we can find that the positive impact of the stock of the margin trading on the stock liquidity may be increased during the COVID-19. The last one I'd like to introduce was about the two-stage least squares and Horseman test, which is used to reduce endogeneity issues that may arise from simple selection barriers. And we choose the CI as our as our instrumental variables, which was the SPY training concentration, and it was correlated with the margin trading balance, but not with the amplitude indicators. We can find that in the first stage of the 2SLS, the CI has a significant relationship with margin trading balance, and after the work with the instrumental variables, we can still find the relationship with the margin trading balance and amplitude liquidities. Maybe it was not as significant as before, but I think it can in some degree improve that the margin trading balance has the relationship with the amplitude liquidity. So I think during this test, we can find that the research result is reliable. Then let's come to the conclusions. During the research, we can come out this conclusion that the market trading has a significant positive effect on the stock liquidity. The results support that the relationship hypothesis that the market trading balance and the stock liquidity has positive relationship, and and also the COVID-19 hypothesis, which is the positive impact of market trading on stock liquidity, has increased during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then was the moderating effect hypothesis. It shows that the firm size exists a positive moderating effect on the relationship between market trading and the stock liquidities. That's all I want to introduce. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Shiki. Thank you for the presentation. Participants are requested to kindly share their feedback in the chat box. And also, if any questions related to the previous presentation, they can ask in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Wendy Wong, undergraduate student in finance, Wenzhou Keen University, Wenzhou, China. Topic: government subsidies and performance in the new energy vehicle industry during the post-subsidy era in China. You can read the abstract from the screen. I would like to invite Wendy Wong to give the presentation.
Hello, everyone. The topic of my thesis is government subsidies and performance in the new energy vehicle industries during the post-subsidies era. First, let me make an introduction about my research to talk about why I want to choose this topic. New energy vehicle industry is a very popular area in recent days. It has become China's strategic emergency industries. The direction of a new round of technological revolution and transformation. Also, Chinese new energy vehicle sales grows rapidly in recent years, which moves from 8.4 thousand to 1,020 2,700 from 2011 to 2018. In order to support the new energy industry, Chinese government have provided gradually increasing subsidies to new energy vehicle industry since 2010. Chinese government have provided these subsidies from 2010. However, as new energy industry developed, Chinese government began to reduce the subsidies to new energy enterprise from 2016, and it will cancel directly subsidies by 2023. Therefore, I'm crazy that if this reduction of subsidies will affect the performance of these companies. Literature provides many ideas about the relationships. A more credible relationship is that the financial performance of new energy vehicle enterprises is in inverted U-shapes related to the government subsidies. And based on the research of Wu and Yu, this may cause by the crowding out effect of the subsidies. Except the relationships, some literature also points out that some other items may affect the relationship. Gao and Hu said that the R&D innovation plays an intermediate role in the relationship. Researchers of Wu and Liu noticed that the subsidies make more influence on non-state-owned companies and the Eastern enterprise. Based on the literature review, I divided my hypotheses. The first hypothesis is that the relationship between new energy vehicle enterprise performance and government subsidies in inverted U-shape. And the second hypothesis is that the effect of the government subsidies on the enterprise performance is mediated by the enterprise R&D. In hypothesis 3 and 4, I assume that the decline of the government subsidies have more significant effect on the non-state-owned enterprise than the impact on the state-owned enterprise. And it also make a more influence on the development areas than the undeveloped areas. Next part is the data of my thesis. I select my data from China stock market and accounting research database. Samples are selected from 2017 to 2022 quarterly. I select 104 new energy vehicle enterprises classified by China Securities Regulation Commissions and remove new energy enterprise that lack large amount of data. The variables below is the mean and control variables of my data. In the part in the part of the method, I use the subsidies to asset to measure the government subsidies and use RA and RE to measure the new energy enterprise performance. The first model is my basic model to figure out the relationship between the subsidies and the performance. And the second and third equations want to do the mediation effect of R&D. And the fourth and the fifth models want to find out the moderating effect of property right and regions. The first table is the mean regression of the model 1. First, I only do the linear regression of subsidies. We could find that a positive relation between the variables, which means that in general, subsidies has a positive effect of the new energy vehicle enterprise performance. Secondly, I add the square of subsidies to find out the U-shaped relationship. The coefficient of it is negative, which means that the relation is an inverted U-shape. Next, I use the stepwise regression to find the mediation effect of R&D. The relation between the R&D and the square of subsidies is obvious. And I add R&D into the basic model. The square of subsidies and R&D are both obviously related. Therefore, the mediation effect is exists. The graph shows the transitive relations between the R&D. Subsidy squares have inverted U-shapes relations with the R&D, and R&D has a positive linear regression with the ROA and ROE. And in the part of the moderating effect of the property rights, the coefficient of non-state-owned enterprise is larger than the state-owned enterprise, which means that the state-owned enterprise is less sensitive to the subsidies because they are guided by the national strategy. And the next part is the moderating effect of the region. The coefficient of the Midwest region is larger, which means that the eastern area is rely less on the subsidies. And in my rope test, I delay the government subsidies. This is because in the influence of the subsidies will not reflect in the same year. For example, companies use subsidies in R&D in 2020. However, the R&D will last for a long time. So the effect may reflect in 2021 or later. So come back to the table, we could find that the relation is still very obvious, and it's also the inverted U-shapes. After all the analysis, we could come up with the conclusion. First, new energy enterprise performance and government subsidies has an inverted U-shaped relationship, which means that with the reduction of the subsidies, the new energy enterprises performance will first improve and then decrease. Secondly, the impact of the government subsidies on the performance of new energy enterprise is realized through the R&D and intermediate variables. Thirdly, non-state-owned enterprise strongly react to the government subsidies than the state-owned enterprise. And finally, the impact of the government subsidies on enterprises is in developing regions is greater than that in the underdeveloped regions. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the presentation, Wendy.
Yes, thank you.
Participants who have any feedback related to the conference can post that in the chat box, and any of the questions related to the previous paper can be also posted in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Hong Li, Department of Doctoral Studies, Institute of Health Research, School of Nursing, Azusa Pacific University, Azusa, California, USA. Topic: perceived self-efficacy among parents caring for children with ASD in middle childhood. You can read the abstract. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Hong Li, Associate Professor in School of Nursing at the Azusa Pacific University. It is my honor to present this study titled Perceived Self-Efficacy Among Parents Caring for Children with Autism in Middle Childhood. This research study was conducted in collaboration with Ms. Batir, who is a master's student in Applied Stats and Data Analytics, and Dr. Dob Butera, Professor of Nursing. This study was supported by APU Faculty Research Grant. Autism Spectrum Disorder, or ASD, is a complex neurodevelopmental disability that can cause a wide range of impairments in the social, learning, communication, and functioning aspects of people's life. ASD affects people at all stages. However, the symptoms are commonly identified in early childhood, between 3 to 4 years of age. In the United States, the prevalence of ASD in childhood has been steadily rising in the past 30 years. According to CDC, in 2018, about 1 in 44 U.S. children aged 8 years has an ASD. Caregiving responsibilities of their parents may include monitoring conditions, interpreting behaviors, providing hands-on care, making decisions, managing and maintaining health in the home, developing care routines, time management, and problem solving. To achieve effective caregiving, these parents often need to reorganize their daily lives to support their child's specific needs, reduce hours of work, or even leave the workforce to become a full-time caregiver. These caregiving-related burden may increase their burnout, sense of uncertainty, loss of quality of life, or even chronic sorrow. These parents are also at a higher risk for physical health problems. Therefore, our understanding of how these parents appraise their parental stress and self-efficacy may provide pathways for improving their health and well-being. This study aimed to outline the predictive pathways between children's ASD-related health conditions and their parents' self-appraisal of stress and efficacy. This study specifically focused on children between age 6 and 11, which is considered middle childhood. This study used Lazarus' classic transactional model of stress and coping as the theoretical framework, which includes linear pathways between 3 core components: appraisal of stressors, coping efforts, and coping outcomes. Informed by the empirical findings from the literature and applying and expanding on Lazarus' model to the population of parents caring for children with ASD, this particular study emphasized on the process model between the external stressor, parents' primary appraisal of the stressor, and their secondary appraisal of psychological, social, and material capacities that they have when taking care of their children. To achieve such a goal, we use the 2019 to 2020 U.S. National Survey of Children's Health data to conduct a retrospective cross-sectional secondary analysis. Beginning in 2016, the NSCH collects yearly information related to the physical health and emotional well-being of U.S. children 0 to 5-year-old, 6 to 11-year-old, and also 12 to 17-year-old. The collected information includes access to and use of healthcare, family interactions, parental health, school and after-school experiences, and neighborhood characteristics. The NSCH oversamples children with special healthcare needs, including those with ASD. Because the sole data source of this study is de-identified case-level data for public use and did not involve data collection with human subjects, an exam status was approved by APU-IRB. More specifically, the following data was retrieved for children aged between 6 and 11 that had a current ASD diagnosis. ASD severity, child general health, parental self-efficacy, and parental stress self-reported ratings. And then collected data was analyzed in SAS and JUMP. Specifically, in the current study, children's general health was measured by, in general, how would you describe the child's health on a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from excellent to poor. Children's ASD severity was measured by, does this child currently have autism or autism spectrum disorder? If yes, is it mild, moderate, or severe? Parental self-efficacy was measured by, how well do you think you are handling the day-to-day demands of raising children on a 4-point scale, ranging from very well to not well at all. The perceived parenting stress was measured by 3 questions. During the past month, how often have you felt? 1. That this child is much harder to care for than most children their age. 2. That this child does things that really bother you a lot. 3. Angry with this child. All these 3 questions were rated on a 5-point Likert scale, ranging from never to always. In analyzing the data, it was found that in 2019 and 2020, a total of 694 U.S. children aged 6 to 11 had a current diagnosis of ASD. 49% of them reported mild severity, 40% of them reported moderate severity, and 11% of them reported severe ASD. And all these children are kind of evenly spread across the age range. Results from the descriptive analysis found that the average rating of the general health of these children was 2.04, indicating a very good health. Their parents reported an average self-efficacy score of 1.7, which is significantly lower than the neutral point of the Likert scale, meaning they felt that they are handling the demands of parenting very well. The self-reported parenting stress also showed that these parents did not often feel the stress of the ASD child being harder to care for, bothering them, or being angry at the child. To examine the correlations between these variables, Spearman's correlation was measured for autism severity, an interval variable, and all other variables, while Pearson's correlation was run between the rest of the variables. The correlations revealed that health and stress was significantly associated with all the variables. ASD severity and parental self-efficacy was significantly related to health and stress, but the 2 variables were not associated with one another. to further examine the predictive relationship between children health-related stressor and parental stress appraisals. A path model, as shown on this slide, has been tested in JUMP. The results reveal that children's general health status and severity of ASD are significant predictors of parental stress, which in turn predicts 24% of the variance in parental self-efficacy. The model's goodness of fit indices also show that this proposed model fits the dataset very well. Based on the findings of this retrospective secondary data analysis, it was concluded that between 2019 and 2020, 3.1% of US middle childhood children had a current ASD diagnosis. This is comparable to the reported prevalence in the literature. Also, despite having a current ASD diagnosis, over 70% of these children were reported as having excellent or very good general health. Moreover, the actual impact of having a child with ASD on parents' self-appraisal of caring for the child is mediated by parents' primary appraisal of the stressor. Overall, children's general health status and severity of ASD jointly predict parental stress, which in turn predicts 24% of the variance in parental self-efficacy. Further studies along this line of research could explore other mediating and moderating factors of parental stress appraisals, such as family dynamics and emotional support. Such understanding could further inform the design of effective well-being interventions for parents and caregivers who struggle with caring for children with ASD. Key references are shown on this slide. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this presentation. Please do not hesitate to contact me at hli@apu.edu if you have any questions, comments, or suggestions for future research.
Thank you for the presentation. Participants having any questions related to the previous presentation can ask the questions in the chat box. Moving on with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Mali Praditsang, Education, Songkhla Rajbhat University, Thailand. Topic: Development of Guidance Activities in an Elementary School. You can read the abstract.
Hello.
Hello, Mali. How are you?
Yes, I already confirmed that the presenter is Miss Chanchira Wongprapairot. Okay.
Yes. I was going to announce that on behalf of you, the paper will be presented by Janjira.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Yes, I already sent the presentation to you. As you see here, as you see my presentation.
Yes. Janjira's presentation on behalf of you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, thank you. This is Miss Chanchira from Songkhla Rajbhat University. She is the presenter.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are moving with the presentation now.
everyone. I'm Janjira Wongpapairot. I work at Faculty of Education Songkhla Ratchapat University, Songkhla, Thailand. I would like to share you my study. Each topic is about development of guidance activity in elementary school. So let's see. The aim of study of development of guidance activity in elementary school. Develop guidelines for guidance activities in elementary school. Disseminate knowledge guidelines to teachers to organize guiding activity for students and encourage and develop students to go to their full potential. Guidance activity became part of student development activity in the curriculum in 2008. The school must provide for students in conjunction with teaching to develop students' key competency in 5 areas: communication, thinking, problem solving, life skill, and technology. The organization of activities must be consistent with a student's problems, needs, interests, and nature. Guidance activity must cover all 5 aspects. The first one, individual data collection services, information services, counseling services, personnel placement services, and follow-up services. Someone talk about definition of guidance activity and define guidance activity as various activity organized to encourage and develop students to go to their full potential. Nathavi Nongnut said, guidance activities were the mass of experiences that allow each client or group to act or participate in achieving goals by which they will develop or strengthen themselves and prevent or solve problems appropriately in education, professional, personal, and social realm. There are 3 aspects of guidance service. The first one, education guidance, a process of assisting students on specific learning methods like further education, guidelines, and creating clarity in learning that helps students to make appropriate choice and adapt themselves in their study. The second one, a vocational guidance, a process of helping students to get to know the world of profession so that students can make plans, decide on a career that met their aptitude, interests, and needs. And personal and social guidance, a process to help students understand themselves and their surroundings, such as physical personality and composition, making friends, and taking care of their health. Guidance services are 5 types. The first one, an individual inventory service. The second one, an information service. Then a counseling service, a placement service, and a follow-up service. Pornwalai Arya Rasamisap discussed about principle of guidance service and the elementary school level and said that guidance services should be organized to help all students equally and acknowledge difference between students. Teachers have a proactive duty to guide students to choose and make decisions in solving various problems and help students to help themselves. Guidance must be included in teaching and learning activity for each subject, and the content taught should be related to present and future situation through guidance activities. The role of guidance teacher in primary school education. Somporn Wongwitun stated that guidance teachers are responsible for coordinating and with those involved inside and outside of an educational institution and take the lead in organizing guidance activities and supervising students, provide information, knowledge, advice, and technique. Guidance should be based on psychological principles to understand and screen students through various methods, such as observation, interview, and questionnaire. Guidelines for taking care, helping, promoting, and developing students should be provided to all teachers. Type and characteristic of guidance activity. The Office of the Basic Education Commission has classified the type of guidance activity into 3 types as follows: individual guidance activities, group guidance activity, and special project guidance activity. Next slide. Concept of developing guidance activity. สายหยุดมีกฤต and ชัดชาติพิทักษนาคม discuss development of guidance activity concerning education, professional, personal, and social level. The following are the principles that should be followed. There is a clear structure and arrangement of guidance activities based on a survey of student needs, age, gender, education level, and socio-economic status should be considered. Students should have the opportunity to discuss and practice skills rather than merely lecturing or giving example. Check the quality of the guidance activity package and various psychological techniques should be applied. And so, who is the important person to develop guidance activity? Let's see. The first person, school administrator, play an important role in advancing educational institution. The other one, subject teacher, provide a teaching atmosphere that helps students learn better. Explain the importance of the subject and occupations related to the subject study to the students. Assist the guidance teacher in collecting information about each student, organizing student guidance activities. Classroom teacher have several roles and responsibility towards guidance service, such as studying and understanding the objective and scope of the guidance program, participating in the new student orientation program by helping educate students about the rule and regulations, using various guidance techniques and tools, such as observation, interview, and study to understand the student behavior. The next person, guidance counselor, play a direct role and have several responsibilities, such as be a leader in the implementation of guidance activities in schools by providing comprehensive guidance services, collection, information, consultation, personalization, and follow-up services. Coordinate and work with school administrators to organize training for knowledge about guidance to school personnel. Educate teacher, personnel of various departments of the school and parents about the purpose and importance of the guidance service. Parents are the closest people to students. Parents should cooperate closely with school to help promote the smooth development of students. They should cooperate with guidance teachers in collecting information about children in need and provide accurate information, not conceal. Give full support to children's teaching and learning activities. Always take care and support children in receiving guidance service, and inform the school when there are problems or conflict exists. In summary, the development of guidance activity will be successful when cooperation from many parties, including school administrators, teachers, parents, and students, is received. Guidance teachers play an essential role in developing guidance activities. This is because knowledge and understanding of the science of psychology are critical in helping young students and developing direct guidance principles. Thank you for attention. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you, Janjira, for your presentation. Participants are requested to give feedback in the chat box. And if any of the participant has any questions related to Janjira's paper, then they can post that question in the chat box itself. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Wen Bin Zhang, Key Laboratory of Cardiovascular Intervention and Regenerative Medicine, Zhejiang University, School of Medicine, Hangzhou, China. Topic: Effect of mobile-based CBT on LDL in ASCVD protocol for a multi-center randomized controlled trial. You can read the abstract. We will move on to the presentation.
Hello everyone. I'm Dr. Zhang from Seoul Hospital, Zhejiang University School of Medicine. I'm very pleased to discuss with you about my project, efficacy of mobile-based CBT on loading LDOC in SCVD patients, a multi-center prospective randomized controlled trial. As we all know, elevated LDOC is an especially factor for SCVD. However, low adherence to medications and lifestyle management has limited benefit of lowering lipid levels. CBT has been proposed as a promising solution. So our project aimed to evaluate the efficacy of a mobile-based CBT intervention in lowering LDOC levels in SCVD patients. So what is the cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT? So CBT is one psychological treatment method that emphasizes improving self-efficacy based on a combination of cognitive and behavioral approaches, which will benefit the patients in clinical outcomes. CBT is mainly used to treat anxiety, depression, and mental diseases, and can significantly improve mental and psychological symptoms such as anxiety, depression, and hopelessness. Now, CBT programs are now gradually being promoted and used to encourage proactive self-management of various chronic health conditions. It has been proved that CBT can help patients manage blood glucose level and body weight. With the growing proliferation of smartphones, mobile-based CBT emerged. By improving patient behavior, mobile-based CBT is cost-effective in chronic disease management. Given the large number of SCVD patients, mobile-based CBT may be economically promising. So our project is a multi-center prospective randomized controlled trial. The total trial enrolled 300 SCVD patients who were randomized assigned into the mobile-based CBT intervention group and the control group in a ratio of 1:1. The intervention group received CBT for SCVD lifestyle intervention delivered by WeChat mini app CBT SCVD. The control group only received routine health education during each follow-up. Linear regression and logistic regression analysis were used to determine the effect of mobile-based CBT intervention on LDOC, TG, CRP, GSES, QL index, and LDOC up to standard rate. As in the right chart, we can see our control group and the CBT group each enrolled 150 patients, and at the follow-up of first and third and sixth months, only 2 patients dropped out from control group and the CBT group. This is the mini app user interface. The intervention group received CBT for SCVD lifestyle intervention delivered by WeChat mini app CBT SCVD. The app is developed by Hangzhou Kangming Health Consulting Company. The design of the current randomized control trial was shown in this figure. CBT schedule was delivered into an intense intervention period about 1 to 2 months and a regular intervention period about 3 to 6 months. Compared to the regular intervention period, the intense intervention period has more frequent CBT interactions. The contents were designed and reviewed by cardiologists and psychiatrists from Salient Hospital University. Routine care was delivered to both control group and CBT group. Routine care was designed as a brief oral health education by health provider during each follow-up, involving disease-related age, lifestyle guidance, complication prevention, rational drug use, and other contents. The trajectory of the indicators was visualized in this figure. The mean level of LDOC and TG showed an overall downward trend during the follow-up period in both the control group and the CBT intervention group, and the mean score of the QL index and GSS showed an upward trend. The yellow shadow area represented the whole distribution of country group, while the gray shadow area represents the whole distribution of mobile-based CBT intervention group. Each half of the varying plot contained a box plot of the data. The middle short horizontal line were medians and black rectangle represent interquartile range. KW tests were used to compare difference between groups. After 6 months follow-up, the CBT intervention group vs control group had more LDLC reduction, higher score of GSS and QL index, but no difference in TG decreases. In this table, CBT intervention had no significant effects on the change in LDLC level at the first and third months of follow-up. CBT intervention significantly reduced LDLC levels compared to the control group at the sixth follow-up months. Moreover, linear regression analysis showed no significant effects on the valuation of LDLC calculation by SD and CV method was observed during follow-up. In this table, CBT intervention has no significant effects on the up to standard rate of LDLC at the first and third months of follow-up. CBT intervention significantly increased the up to standard rate of LDLC at the sixth follow-up month. After adjusted the baseline up to standard rate of LDLC, CBT intervention remained moderately increased the up to standard rates. In this table, SCVD patients who received CBT intervention showed significant improvements in GSS and QL index during the whole follow-up period. However, CBT intervention didn't significantly affect TG and CRP levels. In this figure, the results of the subgroup analysis were consistent with the main finding according to baseline LDLC, gender, age, hypertension, and diabetes. CBT intervention created a significant reduction in LDLC level, and the sixth follow-up month in both baseline LDLC more than 1.8 and less than 1.8 subgroups. Hence, the benefits of CBT intervention were unvisible. CBT could reduce LDLC levels even when the baseline LDLC meet the standards. So, with our project, the principal findings is about compared with the conventional intervention group, a significant reduction of LDLC in the CBT group was observed in the study at the follow-up of 6 months. This difference was consistent significantly even when baseline LDLC had reached the standard. CBT intervention could significantly improve the self-efficacy and quality of life of ASCVD patients, which was present during the whole follow-up period. The limitation of our project is about the three. First, due to the nature of psychological therapy studies, subjects and researchers, excluding statisticians, were unblinded. Therefore, they may be subject to bias from treatment expectations. Secondly, a reduction of LDLC was shown after 6 months mobile-based CBT intervention. Extending the duration of mobile-based CBT beyond 6 months may be helpful to determine the efficacy of CBT on other indicators. Third, follow-up was terminated after the end of the 6-month CBT intervention. Further assessment of relapse to bad behavior was not conducted. So our conclusion of the project is, in SCD patient, mobile-based CBT is effective in reducing LDLC levels and can improve self-efficacy and quality of life. This is an effective tool for the SCVD patient control LDLC. Thank you very much, and welcome to China. Welcome to Zhejiang University. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanbing Zhang. Thank you, Wenbin Zhang, for the presentation. Participants having any questions related to the previous presentation can ask in the chat box. And please kindly share your feedback in the chat box as well. Moving ahead with the conference. Some of the listeners in our conference today were Hamar Al-Qatarneh, Faculty of Science, University of Coruna, Spain. Amor Vincent Canano, Faculty of Computer Science, Union Christian College, Philippines. Brenda Nebere, Department of English Language Studies, Trinity Senior Academy School, Kampala, Uganda. Thank you, everyone. So this brings us to the end of this conference. I would like to thank everyone. With a great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe you my gratitude to all presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all of the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who are directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to, at last, I would like to request all of you to kindly share your feedback related to the conference. Velu, how is there any feedback?
I think it's a great opportunity for us because we share our research, you know, we share different research areas. It's a good opportunity to build the network. So I'm really interested about a few research topics. And also I text a message to, to the presenter. And then I think we can keep contact via email and then maybe have an opportunity, you know, to work together for some other research. Yeah, it's really a good opportunity. Yeah.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Melvis, any feedback?
Yeah, well, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity, and I actually learned a lot because there are different topics from different fields. Yeah, so I learned a lot from today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Melvis. Yeah. Janjira, do you have any feedback to the conference, related to this conference? You can tell us your feedback.
Hello, everyone. This is my first time to present. So very, very wonderful for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Eric, do you have any feedback related to this conference? Todd?
I just wanted to say I really appreciate Tara for putting on the conference, and I got a lot from it. I learned a lot, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Thank you so much. Wendy Wong, any feedback?
Yes, I think this conference is a good opportunity for me to listen to different research on different areas, because in my college, the most research I read is about the research in finance. So it's very good opportunities. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. everyone. These are some of our upcoming conferences. Eurasia Research conducts conferences around the world. So these are some of the upcoming conferences we have. Please refer to your friends and colleagues. And you can all also participate in the upcoming conferences. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, Janjira. Thank you, Wong, Wendy. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Melvis.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Zhong Wenbin. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. It was great to see you. Hope to see you in the future conferences as well. Thank you so much.